4-0 down at one stage and wanting to go home, but he sort of dug in there, and fair play to him for coming back against Zhengyi as well. One of those new up-and-coming Chinese youngsters, fantastic player. That's going to be a cracker.
As is Thepchaiya up against Ricky Walden. I mean, that's good enough to be a ranking event semi-final, quarter-final. Brilliant matchup.
Of course, and both players, you know, would say the argument would be that they're good enough to play at York, but one of them has to go. And it's going to be an exciting match. That I love watching Thepchaiya and, of course, Ricky Walden. They both get on with it, good scorers. Another match to savour on table one. That's going to be a cracker.
Wu Yeza up against Noppon Saengkham, some great different nationalities represented. It's a truly global event, even though we call it the Mr. UK Championship.
Yeah.
That's a tough match to call.
It is, and they both practice where I practice up in Sheffield in Junhui's academy. They practice with each other. So that's a really tough match for both players. And once again, Wu Yeza having a good couple of seasons. Noppon Saengkham, of course, is very experienced and a big-time player, Noppon. That's going to be another match to savour, I think. There's a lot of close matches today, Rob. No doubt about that.
And we've had at least a dozen that have already gone 6-5. So we could be in for a very, very long afternoon. We're delighted to have your company. We started Judgment Day on the UK Championship 12 months ago, and it is back with a bang. And it wouldn't be the same without Stephen Hallworth alongside the doyen of the commentary box. For the first time, we say a very good afternoon to David Hendon. He's had his 5 Weetabix and he's poised and ready to go.
Absolutely right. Thank you, Rob. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the unique drama of Judgment Day, the first instalment. All these players, of course, trying to get through to the final stages in York on Saturday. So let's run through the tables just to set each match up. Table 1. Thepchaiya Un-Nooh and Ricky Walden, and this is actually a rematch of a final qualifying round match in the World Championship, which went the distance 10-9 to Ricky just a few months ago, and that was a bit of an emotional roller coaster to say the least. I think, Stephen, all these matches are tough to call. This one, though, the first one, we're just going to drop in on, especially so. Thepchaiya, very dangerous. Ricky, lots of experience.
Yeah, you could not be more right, Dave. This is a very, very tough game to call. But as you say, there's so much great standard on offer today here at the Morningside Arena. If you're not here already, get yourselves down because there's going to be plenty of action as the day unfolds. But yeah, Thepchaiya, what a player. He's so fluent. We all know how well he can play. We all know how, you know, sometimes he doesn't quite reach that level as well. What Thepchaiya is going to turn up, that's the sort of enigma around him. But Ricky Walden is a solid match player, and he's going to take some beating today.
Yeah, Ricky Walden, twice semi-finalist, but of course on table 2, Ding Junhui is a 3 times UK champion. He's been pulled into the qualifying because Zhang Anda won that international championship. That relegated Ding from the top 16. But I tell you what, 16. As we drop in here on his match with Robbie Williams, if he qualifies, none of the seeds clearly want to play. He was runner-up last year to Mark Allen. In fact, he was 6-1 up in the final. And already, 17. He's underway here. He beat, it's quite a tough match of the night with Daniel Wells, but I do feel, I mean, qualifying's difficult for everybody, but a player with his record, obviously, you've got to fancy him. Maybe not strongly, but he's certainly favourite here.
Yeah, and as you've already mentioned, he is just a nightmare draw for anyone at the Barbican should he win this game against Robbie, who himself is also in great form, but Ding played some fantastic snooker against Daniel Wells the other night. Daniel played well as well, but Ding just scored so heavily. You know, he's so clinical in and around the balls. We praise his cue ball control all the time, and he showed glimpses of that the other night. He's going to take some stopping as well.
Yeah, we'll be back with Ding in due course, but we want to just show you what's happening in each of the matches early on. So, table 3, Wu Yeza against Noppon Saengkham. Wu Yeza, of course, the next generation of Chinese player, and Noppon Saengkham, well, I remember Judgment Day at the World Championship. He won on the final black. I think it was actually against Zhang Anda, 10-9. So he's a bit of a veteran of these occasions. And again, a tough one to call. Wu Yeza has been already this season in the semi-finals of the Wuhan Open, so he's really making his way. Noppon Saengkham, very dangerous player in his own right. There's going to be some close matches, aren't there?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to stick your neck on the line and call a winner in each of these 4 matches this morning, and probably for the rest of the games this evening and tomorrow. The standard has accumulated to bring the best players to the top now, and they're going to be very tough to call.
So that's table 3, and our final table is another Chinese player, Zhengyi, up against Michael White, who's already had a couple of real close ones. He's had 2 6-5s, Michael White, McNutcherat and Junhui, but he's still standing. Zhengyi beat Martin Gould in the 3rd round. Of course, they're both ranking event winners. Michael White's won 2 ranking events. Zhengyi, the surprise winner of the European Masters back in 2022. And at this stage, Stephen, you know, the prize is dangling, isn't it? You know, York is waiting, the lovely Barbican, the TV, everything. Big day.
Yeah, 100%. It's that carrot that's dangling in front of the players, and it'll be very interesting actually to see how Michael White deals with this occasion, because as you've said, he's had 2 close 6-5s. It'd be a shame to see him have a bit of a hangover from those performances. You know, it might have taken a lot out of him. I'm just hoping that he can bring his game to the forefront today. We saw similar last night. Martin O'Donnell, he just really struggled against Hussein Vafai, possibly due to the fact he'd had a couple of late nights. We'll see if that's the same for Michael. I hope not.
Okay, so that's just set up each match. We're going to settle firstly on Ding Junhui, the 3 times UK champion, and Robbie Williams. This is table 2, so let's just see. Ding was in when we were just going around the tables, but he broke down. Robbie Williams with his chance. He's had a good season. He beat John Higgins at the British Open. He's been to the last 16 of the Northern Ireland Open, and he's one of those players who, you know, is in the middle ranks. And there was a time when, and we're going back a long time, when those players were not threatening to win tournaments. Now they are. We've seen Zhang Anda come through from the 50s in the world. Various other players as well. So Robbie Williams is second favourite in this match, but by no means the complete underdog.
Yeah, and on Robbie, he's probably playing some of the best snooker of his career this season. I've caught a couple of his games so far, and he really is playing well, so he won't fear Ding. He'll know that Ding's obviously a top player, and he's playing some good stuff himself, but he'll try and take it to him today.
Just left this a little awkward. This red, the green, just slightly in the way of the queuing. You can see he's having to raise his bridge hand, so he could have left this easier. There'll be nerves early on as well. He's looking, as all the players are, to settle into this match. Good pot, though. Well. Yeah, and he's on the black. Of course, we want, as always, on Judgment Day, your thoughts as well. So do get in contact through X, stroke Twitter, whatever you want to call it now. I'm at Dave Hendon. That's at Dave Hendon. Stephen is at Stephen Hallworth. At Stephen Hallworth. And also you can contact the World Snooker Tour at WeAreWST. That's at WeAreWST. Who is going to come through these 4 matches? They're all tough to call, I think. And Robbie Williams already here, looking just to serve notice to Ding that he's bang up for this today. Of course, he had that dramatic win over Matthew Stevens, 6-5 on the black in the last round. He also beat Jensen Kendrick 6-1.
Yeah, and Robbie will have fond memories to draw on from his last encounter with Ding in the last season's British Open in the last 32. He beat Ding 4-2 there. I remember it well because I was waiting for the winner. Robbie played some very good stuff against me in that last 16 match, and it just goes to show he doesn't fear the top players. We've already mentioned a couple of good scalps this season. He's a very, very good player. Someone that, you know, it wouldn't be a surprise so much to see him go on and lift a title soon. Who knows? Maybe it could be this one.
28.
Yeah, he's found something for sure recently, and just has built up a bit of confidence. 49 in the world rankings, but as I say, the world number 49 now is a very good player. Ding was in first, but didn't make the most of it, and Robbie Williams looking good. There's still that red on the right-hand side. That might be the problem ball, potentially.
56.
Made a little bit more difficult as well the fact that Robbie's a left-hander, and that would be ideal for a right-hander, that red on the right side of the table. So may look to try and develop it. at some stage. You would have to get nicely on it in behind it to be somewhere just off straight to make it easier with the rest. It's all going to come down to that though. Just coming around to have a look here. Wants to make absolute certain he leaves himself the correct angle here to get over towards the red.
52.
That's not the best shot he's ever played. He's come up a bit straight. He needed an angle there. May have to play this as a deep screw, try and come off the cushion back across. That's about as well as he could have done. But this red is now very missable.
59.
Well, it always looked like the key shot, and that's how it's panned out. If he gets it, it looks like his frame. Big shot already. We've only been going about 10 minutes. And it's not there.
Robbie Williams, 59.
And the lead isn't worth much because there's nothing really safe, so they're all there as well for Ding. If he had a colour on a cushion, that'd be different.
Yeah, I just wonder how he'll play this, if he'll fully commit to it or play it with a little bit of pace and try and get the cue ball up the table. If he does miss the red, it may come away from the pocket. Well, he has played it dead weight, and I'm not sure that was the correct way to play that shot. That was all or nothing, and he didn't actually get anywhere near it.
All or nothing. It's going to be the latter, isn't it? 22 in it. Red and the black should be 1-0 to Williams.
One.
Well, still got to pop this black. It's going to be nerves early on in this match. But this will be a settler if he can knock this in. These matches best of 11. Remember, it's to get to the final stages. The draw will be made tomorrow, so the 16 winners in this round will draw one of the top 16. It'll be between sessions tomorrow, around about 4:30 local time. We'll have it live in our studio. And that yellow should secure this frame. So yeah, it's going to be 1-0 to Williams. So let's just leave this table for now and go to table 4, where they're deep into the first frame here. You can see Zhengyi 47 in front, 51 on against Michael White. And clearly White has missed on that last attempt because the ball's been replaced by referee Dave Ford. Yeah, there's been so much snooker played already, but this now really is the crunch, of course, this final round of qualifying. Michael White, who's been in the last 16 at York in 2019. That's his best. Just caught that red. The slightest of little edges to keep him in this frame. They've only played once before. It was actually in Q School 3 years ago. That tells you something about the trajectory of Zhengyi. He was in Q School in 2020 and 18 months later won a ranking event.
Yeah, it's quite crazy, really. You know, the opportunities are there for players. He's got back on the tour, he's lifted a title.
I noticed Michael White's kept his, what he hopes will be his lucky red shirt on. He's worn that all the first 2 matches, I think. And as I say, he's come through 2 deciders. Zhengyi has already this season been in the quarterfinals of the British Open. 33 in the world. So he's only played 1 match so far. He beat Martin Gould, never easy to beat, 6-3.
Yeah, it's a bit of a statement piece, the red shirt. It's not very often you see something like that. He'll be hoping for a statement performance today.
Well, it's like Doug Mountjoy going years back. Anyway, Fan has potted what looks like to be frame ball. Snooker's required here. No, but table 3, please. So that's going to be 1-0 to Fang Zhengyi. We know it's 1-0 to Robbie Williams against Ding. Let's go to table 3, Wu Yize and Noppon Saengkham. Here we go, and as we pick it up, Wu Yize looking to fight back here. He's 41 behind. There's a couple of awkward reds, particularly the one between blue and bulk, that he needs to deal with. Hello to Kelly Barker, who is tipping Robbie Williams to cause an upset this afternoon, along with Michael White, Thepchaiya and Wu Yize. So Kelly nailing her colours to the mast as Wu attempts to free that red. He's played a lovely shot there. Look at that. Beautiful.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot to promote that red. And it's got a real chance now. This will be a big steal in this opening frame. We often talk about turning points in matches and this, that, the other, the big breaks. They win you the frames, but in these longer format matches, it's the frames you win that you had no right to. And this is probably one of those frames for Wu Yize. If he can steal this from 61 down, this will be an early body blow to Noppon Saengkham. As Rob already mentioned at the top of the show, both these guys base themselves at the Junhui Snooker Academy in Sheffield. Fantastic facility and practice with one another week in, week out. There we know friends out there today. That will be an uncomfortable session next time they're in the academy, because one of these is going to be heading to the Barbican and one of them is going to be heading home.
Well, he's dealt with the awkward reds. Now what a chance. Ball's basically on their spots to just not only win the first frame, but show his opponent how good he's feeling in this big, big match. Of course, he made his Crucible debut, Wu Yize, last season. He ran into Neil Robertson, who it seems like it's almost like a snooker bylaw. Neil Robertson has to play unbelievable snooker in round 1. He actually made 2 1-4-6s in 3 frames against him. But that was his first taste of the Crucible. He'd love to be through, of course, to the Barbican. He did actually get to the last 32 there 2 years ago. So he has had a little taste of the big time there. But it's slightly different format now. Of course, you're coming in just 2 tables against one of the top 16 guaranteed. And I really like how he's made this break. He looks super confident. Body language, such an important part of the game as well. Showing your opponent how you are feeling. Cue ball's just run on a little bit there. Just a bit of a stretch, this. No problem. So the black for a great steal in this opening frame. There we go. Lovely break that from Wu Yize, and he has taken the first against Noppon Saengkham. So let's go to table 1. Thepchaiya Un-Nooh and Ricky Walden still in their first frame. We've had 3 frames, so we've seen them all completed so far. This is the one still going. 64 the lead for Ricky Walden, 67 on the table. It's a good lead. The black, it is potable where it is, but obviously Thepchaiya's going to need that black back in play. Ricky Walden, twice a semi-finalist in the UK Championship, 2011 and back 10 years ago now, 2013. This season he's been a quarter-finalist at the Northern Ireland Open, 25 in the world, but he's up against such a tough opponent here in Thepchaiya Un-Nooh, who of course is capable of just brilliant, brilliant snooker. We know that, and Ricky certainly knows it. They had a real humdinger, as I say, at the World Qualifiers. Interestingly, though, the head-to-head is 5-0 Ricky, so that's, you know, pretty substantial, really. 5 times they've played, he's won them all. You do get these sort of one-sided head-to-heads now and again. Yeah,
that's a very interesting stat, and make no mistake, Thepchaiya Un-Nooh will definitely be aware of that. Sometimes you can get a little bit of a bogey player at times, and obviously Ricky maybe one of them for Thepchaiya. We'll soon find out. He'll be keen to overturn that deficit.
Yeah, I mean, Ricky Walden, obviously terrific scorer in his own right, but he knows that Thepchaiya is going to play an ultra-attacking game, and if it works, it'll be devastating. So he'll be on his guard not to sort of leave him these chances. At the moment, Thepchaiya is trying to get in and have some sort of chance of turning the frame around. He's eyeing up a plant here, actually, trying to make this plant. This is risky, because you fancy if he doesn't get it, he'll be leaving red near the pocket. Well, in fact, he wasn't. He was just playing the safety. And that last kiss has rescued him, because I think that red would have been onto the yellow pocket, but for the kiss. Yeah, well, as I say, Walden just determined not to open any sort of door for Thepchaiya Un-Nooh. Yellow safe, which clearly is in Walden's favour with the 64-point lead.
You just feel the longer this safety exchange goes on that at some stage Thepchaiya is going to want to take something on. He's so attacking. He's an incredible potter though. Backs himself, and why not? When you can pot like him, I think I'd be taking everything on. Mind you, sometimes he does.
Yeah, when it clicks, it's absolutely devastating. Maybe he doesn't have enough of a B game. That's the only explanation I can think of why he hasn't been sort of more reliable at the top end of the game. He has been in the top 16, but look at that. Look at that. Now then, where's this white? Just about going to stay out, but needs this black in. But that's a perfect example of, you know, just how brilliant he is, the way he knocked that in.
Yeah, I was about to say, he probably won't take anything on until he can find the value shot to get back up for the black, but again, what a pot, and getting the black straight back down the business end. This is far from an easy chance, but it is a chance, at least to claw some points back in this frame.
9.
Yellow, the obvious stumbling block. Not ideal for a left-hander over that side, but he's got to get to that point first. Oh, that's not good.
Thepchaiya Un-Nooh, 9.
Let's go to 2. Snooker's required. Ricky's going to pop that red, so he's going to be 1-0 up. Now then, these are all 4 tables. You can see our quad screen, and you can see top right there, that's table 2. Ding Junhui hitting back. He's on a break of 70. He was in first against Williams, didn't kill the frame off. Robbie Williams made a nice break. He actually missed the last red, but Ding then left it in the jaws of this left corner. But Ding has hit back in a very classy manner. Yeah, he was relegated from the 16, and obviously that means he has to qualify. But if he does make it through, then he's, you would think, the one player top of the list you want to avoid, because he's won it 3 times. He's in the final last year.
Yeah, he's made a habit of doing very, very well in the UK Championship, and as you say, no one will want to draw him should he get through. Great record at York, and fond memories, and all that fond memory that he has from that event will play a massive part in how he performs there. He feels comfortable at that venue, and it would be no surprise to see him have a deep run. Chance of the first century of the day here at the Morningside. Break goes to 94.
Beautiful stuff from Ding. Okay, he'd rather be seeded through, but he's just getting on with the job and hitting back in fine style here with, as Stephen says, the first century. That's actually the 66th century of the qualifiers. It just shows the standard through the ranks in our game. You know, this tournament does not start on Saturday. It started last Saturday. And all these players have played their part. And Ding coming to the party. It's his 64th in the UK Championship over the years.
Yeah, and worth noting again, the high break has already been made so far in this event. Juicy made a 147, a magical 147, is in line for that £147,000 bonus should he make another one in a Triple Crown event. So already by the time that the Barbican comes around, the seeds and the qualifiers know that they've got to make a perfect break if they're going to have a chance of at least splitting that pot. And this is just vintage Ding.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been delightful, actually, this break. Misses the black, but a lovely 1-2-2 to level up here in fine style. Yeah, these are the 4 tables. So it's been a terrific start, hasn't it? High quality already. And we're going to go back to Fan Zhengyi and Michael White. Just underway in frame 2. We saw Fan take that opening frame. And just to reiterate, we don't know who the respective winners will play until tomorrow. The draw will be made after the afternoon session tomorrow. 2 hats, top 16 in one, the qualifiers in the other. Okay, it might be best to do it now. There's not a lot happening now, so it's up to you. Now then, of course, we saw the darling of Dublin in the studio at the start of play with Rob Walker, Ken Doherty. Great win for him over Chris Wakelin. And after the match, Rob caught up with Ken for his thoughts.
Ken, fantastic. 1 match away from a first return to the last 32 that the UK's in a decade.
Is it really? Yeah. Feels longer. Yeah. No, I was just, yeah, it's 1 match away. But look, I'm just delighted to win today. You know what I mean? What a match it was. It was really close towards the end. And Chris Wakelin, he's been playing so well of late. And I was just delighted to be sticking in with it, to be honest, you know, and sort of hanging on his coattails. But I made some good breaks in the second half of the session, and yeah, I'm delighted to be in the next round.
And a brilliant clearance to seal the match. You were 54 down in what turned out to be the last frame. It was class.
It was a bit tight, yeah. It was tense as well, you know. And hey, listen. I'm as surprised as everybody else. But yeah, it was nice to get over the line, just hold myself together, and particularly on the pink, because I landed on the cushion off the blue, and to roll the pink in off the cushion was a tough shot. But yeah, delighted. It's just nice to win matches like that, you know. It sort of gives you a little bit of a boost, you know.
And it's funny, Ken, you know, I've had the privilege of working with you for a long time, and even though you've won some huge titles, the biggest of all in '97, as you like to remind Stephen Hendry occasionally.
Yes, absolutely.
I can genuinely tell that it still means a lot to you, which shows you how much you still love playing.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you know, I know it's 1 match away, but, you know, it's knocking on the door. It'd be great to, you know, if I did manage to get through, to walk, you know, down those stairs like at the Barbican, because I saw Jimmy do it last year. I was in the commentary box, and I was like welling up with tears and goosebumps, and the hairs in the back of the neck were standing up, and I thought it was a lovely moment for him. And yeah, it would be nice if I could do that, but you know, I'm not counting any chickens. This game is too difficult, Rob.
But listen, I know, but I just love the fact that there's a little bit of emotion there, and you know, and it does still mean the world. Oh
yeah,
to you.
Listen, you know, as a competitor all your life, you know, and you know, being a competitor that I am, you know, of course, you love the competitive side of the game, you know. You just can't do it like you used to, you know what I mean? And that's the hard part. But you know, every now and again, you know, I can surprise myself and surprise somebody like a match today, and you never know. I could surprise some more people if I get through tomorrow, or on Thursday. But listen, as I said, just take one day at a time, you know.
Oh, Ken, it's going to be a fantastic atmosphere when you play, and we're delighted to have you as part of our Judgment Day lineup as a pundit as well. But fantastic victory today. Everyone's over the moon for you. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, we'll see Ken tomorrow, but right now we're going back to table 3 here. Noppon Saengkham and Wu Yize, and Saengkham again was in front here. Wu Yize knocked a great red into the green pocket, and he has a chance again to counter-attack.
And surely lightning can't strike twice on table 3. We already saw a big deficit reduced in the opening frame. Wu Yize trying to do the same again here. It's a fairly decent chance, you know. These reds are going to be opened a touch here. If he gets nice on a colour, he's okay on the blue. This is a great chance now.
Well, it's just his whole manner so far has been impressive. He's looked really confident. Still a young man, of course. He's only 20 years of age, but already has been a semi-finalist this season in Wuhan, which is a big money event, a new tournament. Oh, the red just crept in, but he's still in business, and, well, he's favourite now for this frame.
Obviously a lot of work left to do during this break if he's going to go on and win the frame at this visit. But the balls are all there for him. He's just got to mind his work. Just take him one ball at a time. Just try and make absolute certain. He's already dealt a body blow to Noppon Saengkham. If he can do the same again in this frame, it would be very interesting and very worth keeping an eye on how Noppon can respond to this. He's made a good start himself, but not done enough. Not been clinical enough when he's had his own chance to see out the frame.
29.
It's a big test of temperament when someone comes at you like this, particularly so early in a match. Usually it can take a frame or so to get into it, but Wu Yize has come out of the blocks very, very quickly today.
Yeah, he's really stomping around that table, isn't he? He's only a young man, but staking his claim here early on. It's interesting, Steve Maguire was saying last night, Rob spoke to him for World Snooker Tour, and Rob said, you know, you're a player that the top seeds won't want to draw, and he actually said if I was a top seed, the players I'd want to avoid would be the young Chinese, because they're improving all the time. And Wu Yize obviously falls very much into that category.
43.
Well, this is looking an absolute formality now for Wu Yize. He's already got himself in front in this second frame. Colours on the spots, in fact very similar to the opening frame. Pink just off. There's no issues whatsoever here. He's just got to stand up, hold himself together and just make the dish. Green, brown and blue needed. Yeah, he's played that one well as well. A little bit of check side needed on that just to square up the cue ball across the face of the brown. One nicely cued shot here. Bit of reverse side. That's pretty good.
60.
Blue for another steal. And Wu Yi's showing great steal. This is a very impressive start. Noppon Saengkham being thoroughly punished for any error. Table 1 next. So, very impressive from Wu Yi. He's going to pop black as well, or try to, just to rub it in. This is great stuff.
Yeah, an incredible performance. What a player he is turning out to be. That's a fantastic steal.
It really is. So, 2-0 China over Thailand. Of course, another Thai player here, Thepchaiya Un-Nooh on table 1 up against Ricky Walden, who won that first frame. Thepchaiya Un-Nooh 12 in front as we pick it up live in frame 2.
He had a good chance, Thepchaiya. He's missed a black off the spot going into the pack of reds, which halted him. Needs to try and get on the scoreboards quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a couple of years ago, isn't it? He made 5 centuries in a match at the UK Championship. I mean, it's just best of 11, that is. So he can turn it on, but as I said earlier, if it's not quite working, that's when he's in trouble. And if you play an open game, of course, you will leave chances. But if it is working, then my word, watch out. And Ricky Walden probably should have been out. Moko Fu looked like he was going to win their decider, but just missed unexpectedly. Ricky sort of fell over the line. Good to see him playing good stuff again. He did have a quite prolonged period of ill health and various sort of health issues, but he seems to be through the worst of all that. He's a terrific player at his best. He's been as high as 6 in the world. He's won 3 big ranking titles. He's been semi-finalist at the Crucible, twice semi-finalist here at the UK Championship as well.
And that was a fantastic pot with the rest. Not a lot of room down that side to get that red in. But in it went. And he's played this one nicely as well. If that cue ball just runs on a fraction.
6.
So you feel one good positional shot here from the red. And this could be curtains in this second frame for Thepchaiya.
7.
Well, he's not on the pink. He is on the yellow, but he's going to have to play another good shot with the rest. Made a slightly easier with the red being quite close to the corner pocket. He can play into a big area here, just needs to focus on making sure he pots this yellow.
Seems to be the standard's already been high. You know, we've been going a couple of frames, but it just shows how competitive these matches are now. As I say, you know, you can play great stuff and not qualify. 66 centuries already in the qualifiers. A lot of players have made big breaks and are already sat at home. Walden's another player with a very distinct sort of demeanour around the table. Obviously he's a tall guy, which helps, but he's got a real kind of determined way about him when he's at the table.
10.
But he's missed that. Oh, he's gutted. The first sort of reaction of the day, that from Walden, because the frame was at his mercy, really. And out of nowhere, he's missed that black. And you can see he's absolutely livid.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. That was a fantastic chance to just land another body blow to Thepchaiya. It's so important in these big situations to just keep your foot on your opponent, and he's let Thepchaiya off the hook there. That was a big chance to take a 2-0 lead. Thepchaiya's just got to try and compose himself here.
There was a bit of, I remember their match in that World Qualifier, there was a bit of reacting in that as well, but, you know, these are big matches, huge matches, actually. the difference between being part of the big show next week or sat at home either watching it or pretending it's not happening.
7.
So he's just got to play one good positional shot here from pink to yellow. Doing the right thing, just coming round, having a little look at the angle he wants to take. Just needs to steady himself. All about pace, this shot. Looks quite straightforward because obviously the pink is hanging over the pocket, but it's all about the cue ball. And that's pretty good.
Yeah, as a player who's capable of inspirational snooker, this is where he just needs to concentrate on the easy stuff.
15.
And he's already 17 in front, so green and brown. And it's going to be 1-1. Ricky Walden will be, well, you saw his reaction to missing that black. He was absolutely gutted because it was a great chance to land an early blow, go 2-0 up. He's got to just simmer down.
22.
So it's going to be one each, and that match very interesting indeed. These are the 4 tables, what's happening right now. You can see top right, the great Ding Junhui just made that lovely century in frame 2, and he's in the balls again in frame 3. One each with Robbie Williams. Let's drop in on that one.
Yeah, and you just know it's going to be an open game, don't you? Both players like to get in and score. Similar to table 1, really. Both attacking players.
25.
Ding is in great stroke again at the moment, though. We saw that lovely 1-2-2 in the previous frame. Great chance now to take a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, we'll just let him pop this. Just to give you the latest scores, it's a 1 each between Ricky Walden and Thepchaiya Un-Nooh. 2-0 Wu Yize, as we've seen against Noppon Saengkham. 1-0 Fang Zhengyi over Michael White in the other matches. 4 tables here in our first of 4 sessions over the 2 judgment days. As I say, do let us know where you're watching around the world on World Snooker Tour YouTube and Facebook channels. At WeAreWST, you can contact me at Dave Hendon, Stephen at Stephen Hallworth.
39.
Be a lot of Ding fans, I'm sure, hoping to see him in York.
So just this red and probably the black will be enough to take this 3rd frame. Wants to make sure he try and gets another one of the reds on the side cushion, though, just to make absolute certain.
47.
It's been a blistering start all across the arena.
Yeah, it really has, and you know, this is why the seeds are on notice, aren't they? Because they're going to be playing people who have played really good stuff in recent days to get to the final stages. And
53.
there'll be people who play great stuff who don't even make it through. But Ding, this red, just to make absolutely sure, he's already 51 in front with 43 on. And that red is going in, so it's going to be 2-1 to him. We want to show you as much action as possible, so Ding has won that frame, so we will go across to table 4, and this is Fang Zhengyi and Michael White, and it's 1-0 to Fan. Michael White 30 in front with a possible 51 on here.
We've had a Lewis Perney message in on Twitter with a bit of a funky stat, actually. Michael White and Fang Zhengyi, their match at Q School in 2020 was actually played and finished at 2:30 AM. Oh, no, sorry, I've read that wrong. It actually started at 2:30 AM after a crazy schedule. So we've seen a couple of late finishes so far this week. I mean, I'd be very, very surprised if this game doesn't get done in time and has to come back later.
Yeah, that was the COVID sort of time, wasn't it? And it was all very eerie. And I remember Peter Line saying, because Oliver was playing in that, and there was no one allowed there to watch. There was no streaming, anything, live scoring. So Peter was literally sat at home at 3 a.m. just waiting for Ollie to call him to let him know how he got on. That's what it was then. Horrible times, really. I mean, Q School's no fun anyway, but certainly in those times it wasn't.
Yeah, I was in that event myself as well, and actually came through the final event in the final match. Myself and Alfie Burden were the last 2 men standing in that arena. It must have been the early hours of that last event. I remember walking out of the English Institute of Sport. There was not a car in sight in the car park. The birds were tweeting. It was nearly morning time. I couldn't wait to get home.
Well, meanwhile, Fan, he moved the brown, which was safe, which made sense. He's gone a little safe-ish now, but he's got him in a snooker, so his frame very much in the balance, even though Michael White's 29 in front. Michael White, a very kind of emotional player, a very heart-on-sleeve type of player. Of course, he did drop off the tour, didn't he? But got back on when he qualified for the Crucible a couple of years ago. Joe Sigler watching in North Carolina, USA, rooting for Ricky and, of course, Ding, he says. Good morning to you, Joe. Thanks for getting up, I'm guessing, bright and early to watch this. Yeah, Michael White realistically looking for, I guess, red and black here, but Fang Zhengyi, looking at the table, would have some sort of chance if he could get in. I'm fascinated, actually, by Fan. You know, he won that ranking event. He went a bit quiet. I remember at the Champion of Champions last year, he had a couple of really good results. He seems to come good now and again in big tournaments as he eyes this red up to middle. Not to be. And he has left the chance that maybe Michael White is looking for. Ideally, he would like red and black because obviously the other red, he's not in a great spot. Red and pink actually would be enough as well. But this blue, and he will still need the last red because, well, he could take the black here. Surely that would be the shot, 30 in front. Yeah. This will leave Fang Zhengyi needing a snooker. But it's not there. Yeah, well, he throws the rest down. That's what he thinks of that. Not impressed. We've seen a couple of little reactions already, haven't we, on the various matches. Means a lot, of course, this big last qualifying round. But the brown is still in his favour where it is, Michael White. Well, he's moved the brown into play, and if he gets the snooker, no, he hasn't got it. So it looks like it's going to be one each. Just for a moment, it looked like he got really lucky there, but Michael White just needs to knock this in. Yeah. And that's what he's done. So, going to be one each. Back to Ricky Walden and Thepchaiya Un-Nooh. Ricky Walden, he just tried to get into the reds off the blue, but it didn't quite work.
28.
Yeah, it's mad how he's not opened the pack there. He's just caught the pink at a certain point where he's just pushed the pink off its own spot, and the white's made no contact with the pack. So Looks like it's just going to be the safety shot. That looked a pretty decent chance, that, for Ricky. If it had got into the reds, great opportunity to take a 2-1 lead. He's got to get over the disappointment of that previous frame. As we saw, he had a great chance to go 2-0 up. Mr. Black. That's a very nice safety shot.
Yeah, he's got to play good safety today, I guess, with Thepchaiya just so adept at getting in from anywhere, but not from here. Snooker behind the brown. You can kind of feel backstage as well, because of course we've had 8 tables the whole qualifier. Walking today, there's fewer people around. There's just a very kind of muted feel because the nerves have come down. Everyone knows it's now or never in this round. You're either in the final stages or you're not, and you can kind of feel that backstage, I think.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I walked in this morning. Well, actually, I skipped into the venue this morning, thoroughly looking forward to all the action, and was pretty much quickly shot back down by the atmosphere. It was very tense up in the players' lounge. I was trying to have a bit of a conversation with a few players. None of them were having any of it. Everyone was in the zone, so I quickly left.
Yeah, it's. I think it's, again, it's. I mean, not for the players maybe, but for snooker fans and everyone involved. This new format that they've, obviously it's the same as the World Championship. I think it really worked last year, and we're seeing it again here. Ricky Walden back on the front foot. Of course, he missed that black in frame 2, which cost him, but you can't afford to dwell on those things. He's experienced enough, of course, to know that.
6.
One of those players, you know, you're never surprised if he beats anybody. You can beat anyone, but again, he's in that queue, isn't he? Just outside the top 16, 25 in the world. There's a long queue to get in that elite group.
He
just wanted to be straighter on this red next to the pink. He's not quite travelled, so may have to take the plant, which he is doing. Well, that's okay.
12.
Gets nice side of the blue, which he has done. He's a couple of positional shots away from being absolutely perfect here.
Hitesh in India says he's hoping for a Thepchaiya Un-Nooh 147. Of course, it was in this event, not wishing to dredge up bad memories, where he missed the last black that time, but he's made a few since then. And there's extra incentive now in the Triple Crown events, of course, if you can make 2, and you, sir, had one in this. If you make 2 in one of the big 3, the Masters and the World, you get the 147,000 bonus. I mean, you know, if you make 2, it's odd enough to make 1, but the incentive is there. Well, we're just going to leave Ricky for the moment because Noppon Saengkham has been in front in 2 frames and lost them both to Wu Yizha. But it looks like he's about to win his first frame. This brown and another red needed. He'll be relieved if he pots this because, as I say, he's had a couple of frames basically taken off him.
70.
Yeah, it will. That's the perfect way to describe it. Will be relief. Chance to stop the rot. He played a nice shot on the brown there, actually. He's cued it well. Had to just generate a little bit of angle. Did so nicely. And that's going to be that in this 3rd frame.
He's a lovely player to watch. Lovely man as well. I mean, you know, he's just so polite and nice to everybody. So he'll have a lot of support. And another player, and I mean, it's true of all of them, but certainly he's got a reputation for some big wins. At World Grand Prix last season, he beat Ronnie, he beat Selby, he beat Mark Williams before Mark Allen beat him. Anyway, a couple of snookers required.
Should we go to ding table 2?
Yeah, this frame looks done. 2 snookers needed. Wu User will play on, but we're going to just drop in as we look at the 4 tables there on Ding, because he's just made a century, of course, and 2-1. Well, sorry, he made a century in frame 2, 2-1 up, and targeting a 3-1 lead at the interval. It won't have taken long, will it? They're getting on with it, these guys, aren't they, so far?
Yeah, we expected a great standard, and so far it's delivered. We're barely coming up to an hour's play, and this match is looking like it may be the first to take us to the interval already. Pretty brisk stuff. And that's the modern game now. Players like to be open and attacking. You know, it's difficult to keep grinding out wins, especially over the longer distance, and been here for a few days now. The guys are all well warmed up. They want to just get on with it.
This is why it's great to have the opportunity now to watch the qualifiers, you know, going back. I mean, going way back, you know, you basically, unless you went along to watch in person, you get the sort of scores on CFAX for those old enough to even remember what that was. But now you can follow it all, and it is dramatic, as we've seen. So this red, it's 58 in front, 59 on. This red, and Ding's going to go to the interval, having lost the first frame with a great response. He's had breaks of 122, 67. This is frame ball for a 3-1 lead. Oh, it just crept in. It wasn't clean, was it? I wondered if it would drop, actually, but it did. And he's already, after less than an hour's play, halfway to victory. Well, I say that. He has missed that, but snookers are required here. Yeah, he could have done with that in, because you're sort of subjecting yourself to maybe another 10 minutes yet, where he really didn't need it. Okay, well, snookers needed here. Obviously, we'll let you know if Robbie gets them, but we were earlier with Ricky Walden and Thepchaiya Un-Nooh, and they've advanced a little bit. And Thepchaiya just looking to make a bit of a steal. It's not straightforward, is it? But he's got some sort of chance.
Yeah, very scrappy down the business end. Both blue and black covering the reds to make them straightforward. So plenty of work for Thepchaiya here if he's going to turn this into a frame-winning chance.
11.
But it would just add to the pain that Ricky may be feeling after that second frame if he was to clear up from here. It's very unlikely, but you never know. This man is capable of some magic at his best.
I think that's one of his great strengths, actually. Like you say, he might not clear up, but I think if you're the opponent, you always in your mind think he could pull something out the bag somewhere, because that's what he can do.
Yeah, and strangely, you wouldn't even be surprised if it did happen. You'd be sat there in your chair cursing, of course you would, but at the same time, we all know what he's capable of.
17.
Be interesting to see how he goes about developing this little break now. He's already had a look at moving the black. That'll open up the top red.
18.
Needs to be just off straight for it. That's not too bad. So it's all going to come down to the last red towards the bottom of the table. Now I just wonder if he'll try and bring the red out now. With the blue being where it is, he may feel if he doesn't get out for the black, at least he's got the blue. He just wants to try and push the red into open play. Oh, that's a great shot. Fantastic shot from Thepchaiya. And now there is every chance of him making this clearance. What a body blow this will be.
Well, he's worked this out like a Rubik's Cube, hasn't he? You know, the position of the ball's there, and now He's a big favourite. Colours as good as makes any difference on their spots.
32.
He's got to make this count. He has to make the clearance here. Just needs to steady himself. He's potted the colours millions of times off his spots. We've seen TikTok videos on the internet of him potting them with his legs and golf clubs and all sorts from the club that he plays at, the academy in Darlington. He's just got to pot these 6 colours now, and this will be a big blow.
Yeah, and Ricky, of course, has had a couple already in this match. That missed black in the last frame when he looked like he was going 2-0 up.
44.
Are we going to this deep BT after this frame? Is that right? Yeah. Well, it's been a very exciting first hour, hasn't it? And this frame really underlining what can happen, how things can shift
53.
really out of nowhere. Pink for a 2-1 lead. Well, just wonderful. I mean, when he came to the table where the balls were, there was a lot of work to do, and he did it. And this is what he can do, Thepchaiya Un-Nooh. And this is what makes him so dangerous. He's a bit erratic at times, but at other times he's absolutely brilliant. And we've seen the latter side of him there. So he leads 2-1. As I say, a fantastic first hour of snooker. We know Ding's at the interval with a 3-1 lead. We can now show you actually, because he's won the UK Championship 3 times, we can go back to the most recent win. Just a reminder of Ding 4 years ago winning in York.
He's very knowledgeable, Barbican crowd, know what's going on. And what a response you have to say this is, Alan, from the onslaught of Stephen Maguire, consecutive centuries, getting himself back to 8-6. The last 2 frames, Junhui, okay, had a little bit of luck getting on the pink in the last frame, but to make the century, and this has just been wonderful. Chance was shown to him, he's taken it.
Yeah, he took out Ronnie O'Sullivan in the last 16 on his birthday, no less. And Junhui, 32 years of age, born on April the 1st. But he ain't no fool, this fella. Well beyond the winning post now. It's just a lap of honour.
And it's where he should be. He's been an absolutely wonderful player for a long time. Fair to say, the last couple of seasons he's gone missing. Talk about him losing his appetite for the sport. Well, he's certainly got it back now. And back where he should 81. Be, winning major championships. It's great to have him back on the circuit playing as well as this. He's been missed.
82.
When he plays like this, he is a match for anybody. Flick it out. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Even Stephen McGrath's got a lot of grin in his face. And why not?
87.
Only fit in a match of this quality that Ding should finish with a century. Come on, Ding. This is the way to win a major championship.
94. 96. 99.
Wait for the applause then. Wonderful, simply wonderful.
He hasn't finished his break, and there's people on their feet in the audience. They're standing up already. How good they've seen this session. That has been wonderful snooker.
Performance for the ages then as Ding Junhui is crowned. It may be the end of a decade, but that signals a new beginning for Ding Junhui. He will roar into the 20s as the Betway United Kingdom snooker champion.
Great memories from Ding Junhui. And Ken, he's made winning that title look easy. 05, 09, 19, and runner-up last year. There's something about the UK Championship that really brings out the best in him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just saw from that little footage, what a class player he is, and what a wonderful way to finish off in style, And when, as John Parrott said in the commentary there, when he plays at his best, he's a match for anybody. And I mean anybody in the top 16, all the way from number 1 to whoever it might be. He's a quality player. He has that cue ball control. It's just exemplary at times when he's on it, And he has a great affinity with the UK Championship. He loves it. And of course, he was beaten in the final last year from a 6-1 lead against Mark Allen. So, tough player when he's playing, and it's great to watch.
Yeah, and he's clearly brought his A game to these qualifiers. Good win against Dan Wells yesterday, and it's been a good start from Ding Junhui. He had a break of 122 in the second, a 67 in the third. They're currently on a mid-session break with Ding 3-1 up. He's looking good.
I think, with players, they have certain tournaments that they feel very comfortable in, that they play well in, and they get some sort of an affinity or inspiration from a particular tournament. And certainly the UK Championship does that to Ding Junhui. Yeah, he's looking good at the moment, but still a long way to go yet.
Right. Quick update. Let's just get your reflections, Ken, on that very costly miss black by Ricky Walden. We were really, really looking forward to this match, and it hasn't let us down so far, but Ricky will be kicking himself. You don't want to miss a black off the spot in a key match like this.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you see it. He's in a good lead here. He has a chance to go 2-0. He's okay. He's only a couple of behind, but look where the Reds are. It's perfect, absolutely perfect. And what does he do? He just misses the black. And look, you could see his reaction there. He knew how important. At the early stage of these matches, Robert, so important that when you've got your opponent, and Thepchaiya was very ragged in those opening couple of frames. So when you have him in that situation, you have to press home the advantage. And when you miss blacks like that off the spot, you let him off the hook. He gets a little bit of inspiration. And then the match can turn very, very quickly, And Ricky will be absolutely kicking himself not to be 2-0 up there.
He will, and he's got good memories of the UK Championship. I'd forgotten until I looked up on Q Tracker. Twice he's made the semis in 11 and 13. And strange, knowing what a brilliant player Thepchaiya is, isn't it funny that he's only made it to the last 32 of the UK once? I couldn't believe that.
It's quite incredible, yeah. I mean, he's such a talent, and he's great to watch. I mean, his shot time does be down around like 13, 14 seconds at times, but he's great to watch. But he's just a little bit loose, He could pot anything, but he could miss anything as well. You're on the edge of your seat watching him, and but he's great entertainment. And when he plays well, yeah. I mean, did he make a 147 and miss the black for the 147?
He missed the black,
at the Barbican. Yeah, I remember being in the arena at the time, and yeah, he's an amazing talent, and very surprising though with his results. You'd expect him to get a little. If he got that little bit more consistency, he could be knocking on the door of the top echelons of the game.
Yes, we would have expected him to have won more. Just a quick update. If you're joining us, it's Judgment Day Part 1. They're fighting for the right to join the top 16 in the draw for the MrQ UK Championship, the televised stages of which start on Saturday. Real razzmatazz around the Barbican as of last year. I think it was a big step forward to reduce it to 32 and bring the qualifying elsewhere. So quick update. Ding's on the mid-session break, as we discussed. 3-1 up against Robbie Williams. Thepchaiya's taken 2 in a row after Ricky's costly miss on the black. Wu Yiz has taken the first 2 against Noppon and Zhengyi and Michael White only in the third frame. So a huge amount of drama still to come. Ken's got to get to the practice table because he's in with a chance tomorrow of qualifying for his first appearance at the Barbican in the last 32 for, whisper it quietly, a decade. So Ken's heading to the practice table. We will rejoin Stephen and Dave as the drama continues to unfold here at the Morningside Arena in Leicester. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. There's been plenty already, hasn't there? We've only been going an hour. We've seen a lot happen already and a lot more to come as the afternoon continues. Yeah, Stephen and myself looking forward to seeing what transpires. Ding on the interval, of course, but the other 3 tables all going. And we're going to drop in table 4. That's the closest frame at the moment. Just 3 points in it. Fang Zhengyi and Michael White, 1 each. Fan at the table here, 3 points in front.
Yeah, and of all games in action so far today, this has been the tightest affair. It's been nip and tuck so far. the whole way through, and it's moments like these that are probably going to make the difference in this match. I get the impression that both guys will be feeling under a lot of pressure, and it may be quite a tense affair. So it's this, again, the frames that they pinch when they had no right to win, the close frames. It's amazing how many frames come down to the last red and are won or lost on the last red. Fang Zhengyi will be hoping that he can win this one.
20. Yellow ball.
Well, he's given himself every chance. 12 in front, so yellow, green and brown. We know, guaranteed we're going to get matches going the distance, and this already feels like it might be one of them. Each frame's been pretty hard fought so far. So this brown and Michael White needs a snooker. Fan also, of course, appeared at the Crucible for the first time this season. It's quite memorable. He played Mark Allen. You might remember it was interrupted by the protest. But anyway, that's, we won't dwell on that. But that was he was in the sort of news for reasons he didn't want to be. Anyway, he's won this frame.
Yeah, and a big frame coming up next. Frame 4 just before the interval. Can he take an advantage going into that interval?
Well, meanwhile, Ricky Walden was in on table 1, looking good for 2-2. We saw his reaction to missing that black earlier with Ken and Rob, but he's broken down on 56, and Thepchaiya Un-Nooh is looking to make another dish. Of course, he's cleared up already with that 66 in the last.
60.
Yeah, again, he looked disgusted when he went back to his seat, did Ricky. You just get the impression he's letting the emotions get the better of him at the moment. That miss black in the second frame could turn out to be absolutely massive in this game. If Thepchaiya goes into the interval 3-1 up, Ricky will be dwelling on that without a doubt.
Well, even last night, remember the first frame with Hossein Vafai and Martin O'Donnell. O'Donnell missed an absolute dolly black, never really recovered from that. He just never looked the same again.
Yeah, and Thepchaiya is a confidence player. His tail is pricked at the moment.
23.
He'll be looking to clear the table here. We just saw a sublime clearance in the last frame. Worked it out beautifully, and he'll be looking to do the same here. The obvious obstacle is that final red over by the pink. So important to get as close to it in behind it. Make it as easy as possible. Well, he's left himself an angle on this red here. I don't know if he's going to be trying to develop it off this red. Surely not. He has done.
31.
Well, it was a risky shot to play because it was not guaranteed to go right. As it turns out, he does have a shot at the black here. Just needs to cue this one well. The red is waiting. Yeah, very, very good. And now he's got every chance to take the steal.
This is why he's so good to watch, because he sort of appears kind of nonchalant on pressure shots. You kind of think, how can you be that way? But it's just his sort of demeanour, really.
39.
Yeah, and it's the key to the game, really. If you can get down and play every shot as if it's over the pocket, you've got half a chance. It's when you build the shot up and create unnecessary anxiety and let the pressure get the better of you. Thepchaiya is very good at not doing that. He just drops down. Such a fluent, smooth cueist. Just drops down and plays the shot. Okay, he can throw in the odd miss, but from what we've seen this morning, he's on point so far today.
Well, Ricky Walden, I mean, he could have been 4-0 up at the interval, actually. He had enough chances in all the frames, but he's facing a deficit here, potentially.
39.
Well, this is a big shot on the brown. It's a little bit thinner than he would have liked. It's just coming around to have a look at it. One good shot here, get nicely on the blue.
53.
There's that cue ball to run. So this is a key shot. Anywhere straight on the pink to any pocket would be ideal. Round the back of the pink,
58.
that's perfect.
Lightning is striking twice. He cleared up and won the last on the pink. Ricky Walden made the running again in this frame. And again, Thepchaiya Un-Nooh, making the game look ridiculously easy, has made the clearance. Superb from the tie. Who goes to the interval,
frame,
leading
Thepchaiya
by
Un-Nooh.
3 frames to 1.
So it's 2:30 upstairs. If there's no
They'll be back in 15 minutes. Ricky Walden maybe needs the break just to get his head together there, because as I say, he had chances in all 4 frames. Ding Junhui and Robbie Williams just restarting after their interval. Ding leading 3-1. He's played very nicely, had a century already. Oh, wow, that's incredible. He's not the green in. I mean, he didn't want to cannon the green, obviously, but to knock it in is a weird thing to happen. And he has left some sort of pot on here down the right-hand side. Yeah, I think Ding will be more than satisfied with his performance so far. He lost the first frame, but that lovely century in the second and a couple more breaks since then. He's looked good, actually. No real outward sign of sort of feeling the pressure of having to get through. He's relishing the chance to put himself in the draw in York. But even he doesn't put everything. Or does he? Or does he? Oh. That would have been especially cruel on Robbie, I think, had that gone in.
Yeah, he's thrown a quick one in there, Ding. He didn't cue that one nicely at all. You see he's got a lovely smooth cue action, and then just at the final delivery, he's just snatched at that one. Played it very quickly indeed. Well, he has had a bit of a result, it seems, because the blue may have come to his rescue. Robbie may have to try and pot this off the cushion. Cushion first. There is a little gap. He could send the cue ball round if he gets it, and he's found it. That's perfect. That's a fantastic shot from Robbie.
He reached the last 32 in York in 2015. That's the stage he's trying to reach, of course, today. Oh, he's miscued, though. Wow. Well, look at that. I mean, you couldn't make that up, what's happened there. He's miscued. The white's gone in. Not his favourite pocket. The green went in a minute ago, unexpectedly. Now, out of nowhere, earned himself such a good chance, and then that happens.
To be fair, what a result he's had the cue ball going in there, because that could quite easily have caught the knuckle of that middle pocket and left Ding absolutely plumb in. Okay, he's got a chance at a long red, but from what we've just seen from his last one, he wants to cue this one a bit better. The blue not being on its spot as well makes this shot a little bit more difficult, because he's got to do a little bit more with the cue ball. So he's got a chance to try and pot this red and stun over the face of the pack. Try and rest the cue ball on the black cushion. And again, he's got nowhere near that. Absolutely nowhere near that.
I think sometimes the interval can come at the wrong time, and you know, the player can maybe just be not quite maybe as focused as they were beforehand. Now we're just going to leave this table because Wu Yize, he's on reds and blacks, and it's a bit early to be getting excited until you see where the reds are. What do you reckon, Stephen, to this chance?
Well, if I was you, see, I'd be turning in my sofa, in my bed, because this is a fantastic chance. Okay, there is plenty of work to be done. There is a couple of reds that they're all spread nice, but they're covering one another. A couple of reds towards the side cushions, but from what we've seen so far from Wu Yize today, he's in great stroke, and make no mistake, he will have his eyes set on it.
I mean, even more so now with the chance of the prize. You have to make 2, of course, in the Triple Crown events to get that bonus, but even so, it has focused a few minds, I think. He's looked really good in general today so far. But this could be a very special frame. We'll see.
Yeah, the 147 prize doesn't want to cloud his thoughts here. He's got to make sure of the frame. It's cliche, of course, but this is a massive frame. If he goes into the interval with 3 frames to 1 advantage over Noppon Saengkham after, in the manner in which he won the 2 opening frames, this would be massive for him. Just got to get to 70 odd. And then he can focus about the max.
We've had so far 4 147s this season. Ronnie O'Sullivan, Ryan Day, Zhang Anda, and of course Yusa. Oh, we're not going to be getting one here, and the frame's not over yet. So double disappointment. Forget the maximum. The frame could have been handed to Noppon Saengkham. He's got the chance anyway here. Of course, he's lost a couple from in front himself.
Yeah, he's got to try his hardest now to return the compliment. The trouble taking reds and blacks, when you don't get close to winning the frame, there's still plenty on the table to make a counter-attack.
Noppon Saengkham was in the last 16 2 years ago at the UK Championship. He's been in 4 ranking semi-finals, looking to get to his first final.
So choosing to take the more difficult red with the rest. Tricky little shot this, especially with the mini butt on the end of the cue. A little bit more weight added. Played it well.
15.
Just had a look at the 2 reds closer together. They may be close to a plant, which would actually help Noppon in this scenario because he's come up a bit straight on the pink. Played into the red and didn't really develop it. He's actually pushed it a little bit more safe than it originally was. But he's still at the table. He's still in control for the time being.
Well, there we were getting excited by a potential maximum for Wu Yize, but it could be maximum disappointment if Noppon Saengkham can steal this frame. We've seen a lot of close frames already, some good clearances, including a couple, of course, by his compatriot, Thepchaiya Un-Nooh, against Ricky Walden. Oh, but he's missed that. So the baton goes back to Wu Yize, 28 in front. You saw the disappointment from Noppon there. He'll feel in his heart he's thrown the frame away, but let's see. I mean, he's not the most demonstrative character, but even he reacted to missing that because it was a big chance. Particularly in these pre-interval frames, they can just set the tone as the players sort of go away for 15 minutes to land a bit of a psychological blow on Wu Yize, but it's back in Wu Yize's court now. Well, it was.
Well, a nervy end to this frame, pre-interval. Now, does this red pass? It must do. Going to be very tight, though. Noppon having a real good look at it. Well, it doesn't pass.
Yeah, so this is a bit of a cagey end to this mini session. Both have had good chances in this frame. Wuyi's a 2, Noppon Saengkham in between had a good one himself.
So, chance at the long red. Noppon's got that very distinctive pre-shot routine as he's gearing up for a long red. Oh, tremendous. He's cued that so well. Fantastic long red from Noppon. Chance to continue getting back into this frame. That red on the side cushion, though, is going to be key. So he's looking for an angle on anything really, just to try and get somewhere close to the red. He's come up a little bit straight on the blue. So he may only can just drop in behind it or get somewhere close to it. Well, he's going to be taking this red on down the rail, and this is a massive shot. If this goes in, he's got a great chance to level the game up, and after what's already gone this morning, I think he'll be absolutely delighted going into the interval at 2 each.
Yeah, huge shot in this match. Wuyi has had 2 golden chances in this frame. And he's going to get another because Noppon Saengkham didn't pot it. I wasn't sure. I thought it might just wriggle in, but it didn't. 16 in it. Tense old business, this frame. Yeah, so he's going to get another. He hopes to get another. The point is the frame's not done.
I'll tell you what, that is a terrible, terrible shot from Wuyi. The red was only ever going near that corner pocket, and of course he was playing for the big target in behind green and brown, but that was fraught with danger. That was a really careless safety shot. And again, Noppon Saengkham gearing himself up for this. Expect him to pot this. Yeah, very nice. Needs a slight angle on the pink to get somewhere close to the yellow. I think he's about perfect there. Well, that's far from ideal because the green is off its spot and he's got the wrong angle on the yellow here to get over the table. Going to be coming down the left side, which is not ideal. You're going to have to play a good shot here. Well, he's going around the table, and if he misses the blue, and he hasn't. Good effort that from Noppon, but it was the shot before on the pink that cost him because he wanted to be much straighter on that yellow.
Just to say, Fang Zhengyi's gone to the interval 3-1 up against Michael White. They've just gone, obviously we'll have coverage of that one later, but we're staying with this for now as Noppon lays the snooker.
maybe the little bit of rawness in Wu Yi's game. He could have set himself a lot better on that safety shot on the final red. Massive moments in the context of this game. We've already said how so many frames come down to that final red, and it's having that discipline to play a good shot in those moments. Well, you didn't see that one, did you, Dave?
Oh, wow. This is the great unknown, isn't it? He holds his hand up, but very fortunate. Very fortunate.
Oh, that's worst case scenario for Noppon. He was trying to push the green to the black cushion and trying to be too cute with it. He's actually pushed it on, and he's left a little bit of an angle that Wu Yi can get up the table here.
Simon, after this frame, do you want to... Wow, not there. Now, where's it going to finish this time? He's going to be leaving it on. So another chance for Noppon Saengkham. You can see Wu Yi, yeah, is going to look into the heavens as he sort of trudges back to his seat. Well, a very eventful frame in what's been a very eventful match, actually. But can Noppon Saengkham bring it home? He won't need that black. He'll need brown, blue and pink.
Massive moments in this game. Noppon would have been devastated to have taken a 2-0 in the opening two. In the way that he lost those 2 frames, he's done very well to respond in the way that he has. If he pots this pink, this is a massive result for him.
Yeah, and good attitude shown as well. Good temperament. You know, he's not got on his own case. Wu Yi's, you could see the disappointment from him when he missed that green. Saengkham, he just gave himself an extra couple of moments, didn't he, on that pink? He's knocked it in. It's a thrilling match, this, and it's gone to the interval, set up nicely. Level at 2-2. They'll be back 15 minutes from now. Lots happening. Let's go back to Ding and Robbie Williams. So Ding looking good here for a 4-1 lead, just in front in frame 5. He's played nicely so far. And, of course, he was favourite coming in, but in these qualifiers, they feel like a sort of leveller, just the pressure. But he hasn't really shown too many signs of that. Not many elementary errors so far from Ding. Robbie Williams has had a couple of mishaps, a MrQ in particular.
43.
Although that wasn't immediately costly, it doesn't do much for the confidence.
44.
Yeah, and he was in again after that as well, and he missed a very straightforward red, did Robbie. So he's left the chance for Ding, and he's taken it.
Yeah, and if he does close this frame out and he only actually needs this yellow to do that, then 4-1, the next frame's massive. It could be that Ding is actually going to qualify quite comfortably. We'll see, but it's going to be 4-1, barring snookers, and he's on this green anyway. Well, unbelievable he's missed that. Incredible, actually. Maybe just completely took his eye off the ball, but no reason to miss that. Robbie Williams wasn't expecting it, I'm sure. So 1 snooker needed.
Straight away he glances up at the scoreboard and he darts out of his chair. Still a slim hope, and it is only a slim one. Wouldn't be surprised to see Ding get down and knock this green in after missing such a sitter.
Well, that's the insanity of snooker. He's missed an easy green, and then he gets down and knocks in a much more difficult one. But I suppose the point is on the second one, he was properly focused. Maybe he wasn't on the first. Anyway, Ding is clearly going to be 4-1 in front. We'll be back with this match in due course, but we want to show you as much as possible of all of them. There's 2 matches on the interval, so the other one actually in play is this one. Ricky Walden, Thepchaiya Un-Nooh, 3-1 Thepchaiya. This has been full of incident. He's made 2 great clearances. Ricky Walden desperately trying to just stay in this time and kill the frame off. It's been, I mean, real high quality actually, all 4 matches, but this one as well. He had enough chances before the interval actually to win all 4 frames, but he finds himself in trouble. We saw that key miss black in the 2nd frame, which I think was a little confidence sort of knocker for him. But he's nothing if not experienced. He's had the 15-minute interval to get his head together and trying to hit back now.
28. $36.
Like all the best players, Ricky Walden's strength is scoring, of course, but, you know, in his time he's done a lot of big hitting and he's just closing out frames. The difference now, I think, in the game, you know, you go back, you make a 50 break in a frame, you're favourite to win it. Now you're not really. If there's enough on, quite often you'll lose it.
Yeah, it's crazy, the standard, as we always mention it, but as you say, even when your opponent needs 1 snooker, you still don't feel safe. You're always on the edge of your seat. It's important Ricky closes this frame out now because we've already seen him miss a couple. Signs of frustrations. He's got to just stamp his authority, get back in this game, just try and compose himself a fraction. He's playing some great stuff this week. This is going to go to the wire, I feel, this game. It's a proper match.
Yeah, like their match did in the World Championship final qualifying round, Judgment Day. That was 10-9. A lot of things happening towards the end of that. But Ricky Walden, as I was saying, heavy scorer, 354 career centuries. He's right up there on that list. 9 so far this season. But whatever this break is, he just wants it to be enough, just to stem the tide, because he's seen Thepchaiya steal the last 2 with good clearances to the pink.
50.
But it bears repeating that whoever does qualify, they're going to be red hot going into York on Saturday. Obviously, we don't know who will play when yet, but they're all going to be brimming with confidence taking on those seeded players.
$57. 58.
So 1 good shot needed on the blue to navigate in and out of balk. Just get nicely on a red. Any red will do, just to get him back into prime position to see out this game. Yeah, that's pretty good. If that cue ball runs on. Yeah, that's okay.
63.
Yeah, it's a very classy, high-quality response, this, to the knocks that he'd taken. They've been parked in the background. They're history now. It's about looking forward to the second half of the match, and this is just the perfect way to come out after the interval. This blue, and it should be a 3-2, and this is a real high-quality match. I think we expected it to be. That's why it's been put on the main table, actually.
$69.
Wants to make sure, though, 1 snooker needed. This red, you feel, should be
70.
absolutely secure, and we'll stay with it to see what break he makes here, and then we'll be over to Ding's match. Well, he's just checking to see if he can actually see
77.
enough of the red to pot to right middle. It doesn't really matter, he has won the frame, but he'd love to just complete the century. Every chance of doing that now. Yeah, we saw yesterday actually some of the archive footage of Mark Selby making that maximum against Ricky at York. And of course that was the 100th 147 in tournament play, an unbelievable last black. Surely the best last black ever to that left middle for a maximum.
Yeah, that was scenes. 86. That was incredible when he's potted that and he's watching it float in. The one thing you don't want to see is that black just turn to the near jaw. That would be a heartbreaker. Fantastic to see. Every chance of Ricky going on here to make 100 for himself.
93.
This is a good response. I think the interval came at a great time for him. Just was able to get out of the arena, compose himself, and this has been fantastic.
Yeah, it really has. This pink then for a century, and Ricky Walden on the road back in this match. $100.
101. $108.
So, not to be.
Walden 108 and Diffray.
Now, there's only one of the match on, and it's at quite an interesting stage, actually. 3-2 there, Thepchaiya over Ricky Walden, but here, Ding and Robbie Williams. It's 4-1 to Ding. Williams was in front. Ding's got in. 24 behind. A big, big moment in this match. I mean, if he can win the frame here, then you can't really see Robbie Williams coming back against a player like Ding from here. So this is a critical moment in this match.
29.
Yeah, and he's come up the wrong side of the blue, so he's going to have to play another good shot, possibly round the angles. This is all about pace. He's playing into an area. That looks very, very good indeed. What a shot he's played there. He had no angle at all. He's generated that with plenty of topspin, plenty of left-hand side. Swing the cue ball around. He couldn't have put it any better with his hand. And what a chance this is for another steal. This is almost nail in the coffin jobby for Robbie Williams. If Ding goes out to convert this frame, take a 5-1 lead, surely there's going to be no way back.
Yeah, Ding's performance today has been of the very highest quality. Of course, this is pretty much a favourite tournament for him. He's won it 3 times, runner-up last year. He will be, I think you have to say, and we don't know who's going to qualify, but regardless of that, the #1 player, a seeded player, would want to avoid, because he's basically a top 16 player, isn't he, in everyone's mind. Beat Ronnie O'Sullivan 6-0, remember, last year in the quarterfinals at the Barbican in York. And was 6-1 up to Mark Allen in the final.
Yeah, and sometimes you can see the seeded players come to the qualifiers and really struggle. We saw Stuart Bingham struggle last night, but that's been quite the opposite for Ding. He's come here with such authority, and he's played some incredible snooker. He's scored so heavy all week. He is definitely a name to avoid.
Came a little short on this yellow. So suddenly the cue ball travelling and the yellow has stayed out. Wow, this is a big moment potentially. I tell you what, if Robbie Williams wins this match, that is where it starts. He didn't get great position.
I think he's had a massive result, you know. That yellow looks like it may have just tucked itself under the cushion. If Robbie can pot this, it is so, so thin.
Yeah, well, he sort of half apologised, didn't he? Or he sort of acknowledged that maybe he had been lucky, and you saw Williams with a slightly sort of rueful look on his face.
Yeah, that could have gone anywhere. And I think it's gone in the one place that is really, really awkward. got to hit it so thin that he's almost got to miss the yellow. Such fine margins with this shot. I'm not even sure it's worth taking it on. Oh, what a shot that is from Robbie Williams. He deserved better there. That was an incredible thin clip.
Yeah, the cue ball just caught the jaws of the left corner down this end, and that's why the white has stayed where it is. But, well, what a frame now. 54 each. Oh, the green's in. Wow, now where's the white going to be? Oh. Well, at least he didn't actually get the snooker.
Probably snip this one in as well now.
This is a quintessential qualifying frame, really. Ding looked like he had it won. He didn't come right on the yellow. Tried to go around the table, missed it. Looked like he got away with it. And now we're down to the brown. 3 points in it. Big frame. Biggest frame so far, clearly.
Robbie just has to keep Ding off 5 frames. If he lets him get to 5, this game for me is all over. If it goes 4-2, he's got a glimmer of hope. So important he wins this frame now. He's just got to be mindful with his safety here. Keep the object ball safe. I'll tell you what, Robbie Williams is very good at that type of shot where he's sending the brown round 2 and across the table with a cue ball. He's played it to perfection again. What a shot he's played there. And surely he's going to get a shot at the brown here. And again, it could have been a lot easier. It's landed in between both the corner and the middle pocket. Decision time for Robbie. He may not even take this brown on.
Just one bad positional shot has changed things here. Ding was sort of just almost nonchalantly going about his business, just didn't come right on that yellow. That's where his problems began in this frame. He looked a certainty to lead 5-1. Time stood still there for a moment, didn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he's got the cover. Surely Ding can get through to clip this brown in just past the blue. It was all happening there with that shot. The pink was going close to the pocket, then the brown looked like it might have just crept in, but it hasn't. It stayed over the bag. Well, he had to play it with a little bit of swerve, and that's a great shot from Ding.
Well, as you say, the sort of the coffin lid is being hammered down now, isn't it? Blue and pink for a 5-1 lead. Big moment.
Bang.
So it is 5-1 after all. He didn't win it cleanly, but he won it, and Ding just won away from staking his claim in the draw in York. Now then, we're going to go back to table 1 and Thepchaiya Un-Nooh 3-2 up on Ricky Walden. This has been a real humdinger of a match. We saw Ricky with the century in the last frame. What can Thepchaiya conjure up here? He's in on a break already. It's one of those players, I know snooker fans, if they know he's playing, will make an effort to tune in, because you're always going to see potentially something very special. It doesn't always happen. I mean, he was in the top 16 at one stage, and then it didn't seem that long afterwards, about a year, he was at the World Qualifiers needing to win a match to stay on tour. So, yeah, and that's why, you see, it's shots like that. He just wasn't quite focused on that. He was thinking about position and what's to come. And just little moments like that do creep into his game. it makes him exciting to watch, but also I think if you're a fan of his, maybe a little, at times, frustrating.
One.
And last thing you can do to someone who's just made a century is just offer up starters and openings that have been, from Walden's point of view, I guess, sort of unearned, really. Not that he cares about that.
No, he'll gladly receive it all day long if it means he's going to win the frame off it. This isn't a clear-cut chance, but it is a chance. There's a little bit of congestion around the black spot. As you see there, the pink's having to go on it. Black out of commission for the time being. But Ricky will keep chipping away here.
8.
He's settled himself back down now, made a lovely break in the last, and this is a chance to level the game up. He's just looking, the cue ball's going into the black here, may have to just play a soft little hold. Going to be pushing the black a little bit further safe. Now if the pink
14.
after this shot will pot into both corner pockets, he can just work off that for now. Oh my.
Well, that's an incredible miss, really. Didn't see that coming. But we've seen these little areas just creeping in on various tables. Maybe as we go deeper into matches, that's going to happen. We've seen one from Thepchaiya in this frame, but he wasn't really punished.
Well, I'm as bemused as Ricky is at that one. There was no reason for him to miss that whatsoever. And he's left the plant as well. Can you believe it? Just to add insult to injury. It's been a tale of a few missed shots from Ricky. He's shown signs of some brilliant snooker, but the two misses that he's had in this game, the black and then that pink, quite unforgivable.
Six.
By the way, his average shot time just over 18 seconds, which for him actually is quite moderate, really. Ricky at 24, nothing wrong with that.
12.
I think we better get to Ding because you've got a chance to win the match. Well, we're going to leave this for now because Junhui is in the frame he needs to get the match won, so we don't want to miss what could be the race to the line there. So we're going to go to table 2, see if he can get it won here, and it would be in double quick time, wouldn't it, really? You know, you associate so many of these qualifying matches as being tough, and his first one was against Daniel Wells. That was 6-4. He did score heavily in it, but it was a hard-fought encounter. I think he was 4-3 down at one point, but here, well, it's in his hands, Stephen.
Yeah, he's got the balls spread exactly as he wants them now. There's been a couple of turning points in this game. Robbie may feel it a little bit hard done by at times, but Ding's just been superb again. It's really difficult to play to a level against someone that's playing to this level. He's just going to punish you every single time, and that's what he's doing. It's great to see him play like this, you know. He's one of the best players in the world. We all know that. Very, very good to watch.
Yeah, I mean, the rankings are what they are, but everyone knows how good he is. He's got 14 ranking events to his name, 3 UK championships, lost 10-7 in the final to Mark Allen last year from 6-1 up. UK championship often is when he comes good in York, and he's not too far away from putting himself in the draw as the first qualifier to confirm his place in the last 32.
There's enough reds in open play here. He ideally doesn't want to pot the pink because that will just tie possibly one of the reds up. If he can just stay on the black as he pots one of those cluster of 4 reds, it will open up the other.
45.
Well, that's not the best shot Ding's ever played. He may have to take the pink now. Unless he can get over to the left side of the table, just find the gap between the reds for the red down the cushion. Well, he couldn't, so he's got to settle for red to middle. Strangely just chasing his cue ball at the moment, something we don't often say about Ding Junhui. But he's still at the table, he's still in control, and this is still his chance. Oh, he's missed the red. He's missed the red.
There was just a sense that, as you say, something was going to happen there because, as you say, wasn't quite in control. So, not over yet. Robbie Williams with the last throw of the dice here.
1.
Yeah, this is a real chance for Robbie. He's got to try and take it now. Hold the front papers because it looked for certain that Ding was going to be home and hose there. If Robbie can just keep him out there in the arena for as long as he can, keep him thinking about that missed red. Oh no, the brown's not in, is it? Oh.
Well, he's had a bit of good luck for once, and he needs every bit of help he can get right now. He had some from Ding, of course, missing that red to middle.
13.
Well, this red's very thin now. Want it to be a little bit closer to it. Another big shot. If he misses it, he's going to be over the hole. Sat waiting for Ding. This is a pressure pot. So much so that he's not even going to be interested in it. Well, he is interested in the double. I'm not sure about that shot selection. That was a bit rash.
Yeah, and, well, we'll see if he returns to the table or not. Ding 32 in front. Can he clip this red in? He can't. He can't. He overcut it. There's 2 chances he's had now to get it won.
Yeah, and in playing the double, he promoted the safe red off the side rail, did Robbie, so none of them are safe now. Oh, wow, how much has he got into that?
Robbie Williams.
It's one of these where Ding will know he's had enough chances to get it won, and the sort of feeling that, oh no, another frame, and then next thing you know, it starts to tighten as Robbie Williams knocks in a great red. The old snooker gods might be saying, well, Ding, you didn't wrap it up. There could be some pain coming.
Yeah, and you get the impression that Robbie's just got a bit of a don't care attitude at the moment, because he is firmly up against the ropes, and to be fair, that's the best mental state to be in out there, as daft as it sounds, because he will just free up, and it wouldn't surprise me if he nicks this frame having no right after both players have had a million chances to win it. You know, he could go ton-ton in the next two, and all of a sudden we've got a massive game on our hands again. Stranger things have happened.
Well, you so often see that, don't you, when a player in their heart feels it's over, they like you say, all the pressure goes, they just have a sort of swing at it.
Yeah, and it's the worst place to be when you're in Ding's corner if you do start to see that happen, because it's almost like there's nothing that you do is going to affect anything. They're just going to throw their arm at a few shots, and you tend to find that they all go in, and then it becomes a real scrap to get over the line. That is not ideal.
24.
Yeah, again, he's just lost his way there unexpectedly. But the red is in,
25.
and he's still in business here. Okay. If not, then table 4 is coming to the boil.
29. 31. 34.
So, barring some sort of catastrophe, it's going to be 5-2, and Ding has had two really good chances to win this. When he was in initially, he missed that red to the middle, then another slip up after that, the red along the cushion with the rest.
Okay.
And Robbie Williams has got that sort of dangerous air about him that he feels probably not going to win. Let's see how he feels maybe in half an hour's time if it's a lot closer. Blue and pink needed for 5-2.
43.
Oh, he's missed the pink. Wow. Frame ball. Can you believe it?
Absolute scenes here at the Morningside Arena in Leicester. How has he missed that pink? What's he doing there? I've got no idea. He just needs the pink. He's played over for the black for some reason. That is absolute Shredsville, Dave.
So after all that, pink and black for Ding. Big shot here. Big screw back. Now, where's it all going to finish? You see the resignation. Well, he's just missed a sitter, Robbie Williams. Surely you're going to knock this in.
I wouldn't be surprised to see both players leave the arena here. This game has turned very, very fruity.
It really has. 5-2. Match not done yet. Ding has had his chances. Robbie Williams nearly threw it away. But look at this on table 4. Fang Zhengyi and Michael White. 54 each on the green. Big frame, of course, 4-1 or 3-2. Michael White trying to stay in this. But we're seeing now, I think, Stephen, that what the qualifiers are really all about.
Yeah, and it's what we love to see, isn't it? The big breaks are all well and good. We want to see it where it gets nip and tuck. We want to see the action. That's what it's all about. And again, it underlines, if you're in the area and you're not in here, what are you doing? Because there is plenty of action all day today and tomorrow. It's not going to end here.
Well, another tense frame. And a big one, as I say, with the scoreline. Michael White has had 2 6-5s already, remember, against Mick Nutchera, which went to the pink, and Si Jiahui as well. And right now, if he's going to win this match, it's probably going to be a close one as well. That looks like just about a snooker. can see from the position of the colours what sort of frame this has been, really. It's been a bit of a scrap. I think that's been true of the match overall. But both players recognising the importance of this particular moment in the match. Just avoiding the double kiss. Well, table Noppon Saengkham actually. Well, this exchange has got a little bit longer to go, I think, but it's getting quite tasty also on table 3. Noppon Saengkham just looking to steal another close one against Wu Yize, kind of returning the favour a bit. He's turned this match, hasn't it?
Yeah, and he's properly turned it on as Noppon from 2-0 down and so far in front in both of those opening frames. That would have been a big body blow. If anything, it looks like it's really sort of fired him up because he's one of those characters that he's always going to wear his heart on his sleeve out there. He tries his hardest every time he comes to the table, and he's doing the same here. This has been a fantastic clearance, actually, from Noppon Saengkham, and it looks like he's going to be taking a 3-2 lead. What a turn of events on table 3.
Brilliant match, isn't it? Really exciting. And yeah, Saengkham, a very calm character, but equally a very, very determined one out in the arena. Black for 3-2. Things have turned around there. You see the big frame to win, you could see from his reaction. But, of course, there's still a long way to go. But Noppon Saengkham on top. It's been a very, very dramatic couple of hours. Wherever you look, things have been happening. And we can go now back to the studio and Rob Walker.
Thanks very much, Dave. Incredible drama here on Judgment Day Part 1. And remember, we're doing it all over again tomorrow when this guy will be in action. Ken, how about that from Noppon Saengkham? 2 down, and all of a sudden, he's 1 in front, and his little daughter is upstairs. She's winning everybody over here at the Morningside Arena. A lovely little girl called Believe, and he had got the belief, having lost those first 2 frames to Wu.
He certainly believes in himself now. That was a really good clearance there for Noppon to forge ahead. Yeah, but as I said, Wu Yi is a very, difficult opponent. He's sort of climbing the ranks very steadily indeed. Very good long putter and good scorer. So he has it all to do, Noppon, but it's a real tough tussle. But he'd be delighted to get his nose in front after being 2-0 down, as you said.
Now, a couple of minutes ago, I thought Ding Junhui was going to be standing where you are with the second microphone, but Robbie Williams has managed to keep the match alive.
Yeah.
Ding will be furious with himself that he didn't bury that match when he had not 1, not 2, but 3 chances.
Yeah, he should have been really 6-1. I mean, we'll see the miss pink here. What Robbie Williams is doing, trying to even, force that pink in. He only needs the pink. He's 12 ahead. I mean, have a look at this. All he has to do is just drop it in dead weight. It's almost like he's played it like he needs the black. But he got very lucky, and I'll tell you why, because this pink is absolutely dead straight. And watch Ding's Q action here. He's trying to knock the pink into the yellow pocket. He's trying to screw all the way back down the table. And it's such a difficult shot, even when you're Q. Well, look at that. Nowhere near the pocket. What he should have done was probably just made sure the pink played a good safety on the black and kept the pressure on Robbie Williams, because after that miss pink, he's just handed himself just an easy chance just to seal the frame. 5-2 now. Still a long way back for Robbie Williams, but he's given himself a chance.
And I guess from Robbie's perspective, he's just playing with a free arm now, because earlier on in that break, he thought, right, my UK Championship aspirations for the Barbican are over. He's got nothing to lose now.
Absolutely, and that can be a dangerous opponent. That your arm sort of frees up, as you say, and you can start going and play a little bit more loosely. And Ding, as you said, even though he's 5-1 up, he's gone 5-2 now, you could see him hanging his head on the table. He wanted that match over and done with, and on the road back up to Sheffield to get ready for York. But he's still got to sweat it out a little bit. And I'll tell you what, if Robbie Williams come in the next frame, then I tell you, there's going to be a few twitchies going on.
Well, I loved Stephen's commentary. He was talking about it being Shredsville. I think that word's going to start eking its way into commentating on Eurosport and the BBC, and of course on Discovery Plus. A brilliant word. It just shows you Of course, on paper, you look at that and say, well, Ding Junhui is a 14-time ranking event winner. Robbie Williams is what? You know, he's had 3 ranking event semi-final appearances, so it's a very one-sided match. But snooker's not always like that, and funny things can happen.
And absolutely. And when you're used to the big stage, like Ding Junhui is, playing in front of the TV cameras and big crowds, and then you come back, you know, into the graveyard, and the qualifiers can be graveyards for a lot of top players and a lot of top seeds. It's very, very difficult. It's a real sort of come down, and it's very hard to readjust and play in front of nobody when you're playing in such a big tournament. You know, it's hard to get the juices going, but you've just got to graft away. You've got to battle down the hatches when you have to, and sometimes it might not be pretty, but you've just got to get on with it and try and get the W, and that's what Ding has to do today.
And speaking of that difference between being on the big stage and being at the qualifiers, Stephen Maguire made a very interesting point yesterday when I spoke to him after his win. He's now facing Joe O'Connor for, I think, the 3rd or 4th time this season. He said they're sick of the sight of each other. Stephen said he's got so used to being at qualifying venues, he's almost forgotten how to cope when he's on table 1 under the bright lights, under the microscope.
That's
so it can work both ways around.
It can work both ways. When you're so you become accustomed and acclimatized to the conditions of playing in the qualifiers, and then all of a sudden when you do make the TV, it's big bright lights, big city type of syndrome. And sometimes even these top players with bags of experience, they're like rabbits in headlights, because they're not used to playing week in, week out like the top 16 are. And that's what happens. But you have to readjust. You have to sort of call on all the good memories and try and you know, adjust as quickly as possible.
Quick word before we go back to Dave and Stephen. Thepchaiya Un-Nooh against Ricky Walden. It is turning out to be a really fascinating match, this one. And Thepchaiya, you said it to me when we were having a cup of tea, he can be frustrating to watch, because on the raw talent that he's got, we would have expected him to win more. He looks like he's getting in for a big break, and then time and time again comes an unforced error. Yeah,
absolutely. I think it's just, you know, he's so talented. He can make the game look so easy. I mean, he can breeze through one frame in like 4 minutes, you know, if he's on a roll. But then he can miss the simplest of black or pink or blue, just completely out of the blue. And it's just a matter of staying in the moment. It's a matter of concentration. It's a matter of like not thinking too far ahead. I think because his mind works so quickly and can work out the break very, very quickly, that sometimes he gets ahead of himself and forgets about the pot. And you know, it's a sort of constant sort of thorn in his side throughout his whole career. He's got to start ironing out those little mistakes.
Well, we will keep a very close eye on Thepchaiya Un-Nooh against Ricky Walden. Before we hand back, just want to get your analysis on a couple of these fine long pots from Noppon Saengkham, which has contributed to why he's suddenly in front as opposed to being 2 down to Wu Yiza. He's a class act, this guy.
Yeah, I mean, his long potting is just exceptional. And for someone who looks, you know, and I don't mean this in a bad way, he looks a little bit methodical, he's mechanical on the shot, but he's a very aggressive player, you know, he goes for his long pots. He does not hold back. And you just watch how still he stays on the shot here. His head hardly moves. And I think that's such an important part of his game, particularly for those long shots, when your body and your head and your cue action, everything has to stay lovely and still, and particularly the head movement. You see any sort of movement in the head, then you're gonna lose that little bit of millimeter that's gonna make you miss the pot. You know, so it's very, very important.
Great insight and analysis from the 1997 champion of the world, who is 1 match away from a return to the last 32 at the Barbican for the first time in a decade. Quick clue, he kissed the carpet the last time he came down the stairs at the Crucible. So I wonder whether he's starting to think what he might do at the Barbican. Certainly not. He's focusing on the match tomorrow. And one last quick thing to show you. Robbie Williams potting the cue ball. I've just been told by my director, have a little look. Have a little look at this as he comes to the table. Wow.
Pot of the green. Oh, hold on. What's this?
Oh, so there's the cue ball going in. Wow.
MrQ.
Strange things happen.
Bit of a trick shot, that one.
Strange things happen in snooker. He'll certainly be hoping that doesn't happen in the next frame against Ding Junhui, because he's got a little bit of a toehold in this match. Ding is still the favourite to go through, but he missed 2 reds and he missed that pink, and Robbie Williams is still just about alive in this match. Hendo, there's plenty more drama where that came from, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, it looks like it's going to be 5-3. He's just potted the brown there to lead by 47 with 43 on. So Ding will need a snooker.
Wrong, fine.
And Ding had 2, well, you have to say 3 chances. I mean, the last pink was tough, as Ken explained. But he had chances before then to get this match won. And now it is getting, well, stickier than a sticky thing.
1.
Yeah, and the longer this game goes on, the more anxiety is going to be developing out there in the arena, especially for Ding. We've already said he wants to get over this line as quickly as possible now. Robbie Williams is a free man out there. He's just playing with a lot of freedom. And as we say, stranger things have happened. We just spoke off air about the snooker gods. They are definitely out in force today. Don't you worry about that. Ding needs to get this done as quickly as possible.
Yeah, he needs snookers right now. And, of course, he needed that pink in. But 40 in it, 2 needed. So these matches, you know, 5-1's a great lead. They can tighten up pretty quickly. Just to say, Michael White, by the way, that lengthy frame 5, he has won it. So it's going to be 3-2 to Fang Zhengyi. It took a lot of winning. But that we'll be back with plenty of that one later, don't worry. But right now, well, Robbie Williams has knocked the red in. So this frame is done. And it's 5-3. And Ding, he's not in trouble, obviously. He's still leading, but he wants to stop this comeback. Robbie Williams is playing with a certain freedom that makes him very dangerous indeed. Do you want to go to 3? Table 3, Simon?
5.
Do you want to go table 3, Simon? So 5-3, we're back with plenty more of this one, of course, but we want to give you a flavour of all the matches, including Noppon Saengkham, Wu Yize. Now this was 2-0 to Wu Yize. We saw Noppon Saengkham steal that 5th frame. Wu Yize 8 points behind, but good scoring chance here in frame 6.
Yeah, it was very insightful from Ken in the studio there, referencing Noppon Saengkham. He is one of the most, well, he looks so technically involved when he's down on the shot, but he's one of the most dangerous long potters for me. I practice a lot with him at the academy, and it's just absolutely relentless, picking long ones out for him all day. And you know, he's such a great scorer. He's a great player, and he's a really solid match player. Wu Yize, the young Chinese. He's making a good effort though in this frame. Noppon Saengkham got in early, broke down. Chance again to level this game up.
24. You just get the sense that this will be a really close finish, and it's been high quality. But Wu Yize under it now, having lost the last 3 frames, to just try and reassert himself in this match. He was sort of flying around the table early on. We've seen really in the various matches how one unexpected miss can turn things.
31.
That's the beauty of this longer format. The twists and turns we see on the snooker table, they never fail to amaze us. Now, I wonder if it's just worth maybe screwing up to try and release the red above the red over the middle pocket. It doesn't have to play that, but it is a shot that he could play a little holding cannon. He has tried it. Just wants to flick that off. Oh, that's unlucky. He is still on the red to middle, though.
45.
Just a little glance at the scores. The pink will put him 29 in front. Going to need 2 of the 3 reds then.
Yes, and Wu Yiza will be leaving that red to the left of the table alone for the time being, because he can pot this, get nicely on the pink and try and get up in behind that red to the right of the table. He may not can do that now. He's not got the best angle on this pink, so he may be forced into trying to promote this red. Well, that's not the best actually, because this red may not pass the pink. It'll be very, very tight. May have to play this as a cutback. Just come round to have a look at it. It may go. Tricky shot these, stretching over, using the mini butt, cutting back into a little bit of a blind pocket. Got to be very accurate, commit to it. Yeah, played it well.
Yeah, good effort this. He's on the front foot first couple of frames, then kind of on the back foot, having lost 3 on the spin, but barring a snooker, it's going to be 3-3 in what's been a pretty thrilling match here between these two. Laying the snooker himself, or trying to. 37 in front. It's value in that shot because he's pushed the black safe, which obviously is also of help to him. So Noppon Saengkham, he needs a snooker, but also he's going to need that black, obviously, at some stage.
And again, while all the action's unfolding here at the Morningside Arena, don't be scared to get in touch with us, myself and Dave Hendon, at Dave Hendon on Twitter and at Stephen Hallworth. Let us know who your predictions are for who you think might lift the title. Let us know if you're heading to York to the Barbican. Any comments or questions, we'll try and get back to you throughout the day as we continue our coverage across all 4 tables here. So much drama already this morning. What's going to happen next?
Well, it's going to... The black is going to come into play at some point. He may get the snooker yet, but it's a tall order. I think we're going to go to table 2 and just catch up on Ding. Obviously, that's the one that's nearest to a conclusion, and Ding is in early on in the next frame. Of course, he had the great chance earlier on, but to win 6-1. But things now going wrong, aren't they? He's not on a red here. He's lost his way again, so things are turning rather dramatically, actually. And suddenly he's starting to look... He's gone from looking invincible to thoroughly fed up.
Yeah, it's almost like a little bit of a desperate scramble now for Ding.
Oh. Well, this frame he's done now because he's potted the yellow. Let's go to 1, table 1. 2 snookers needed now, so it's looking unlikely. It's looking like 3-3. We want to show as much as possible of all of the matches. So let's go to table 1, and this is 4-2 to Thepchaiya Un-Nooh. He did win the last frame after Ricky Walden made that century that we saw earlier. It's all a bit congested, isn't it? The way the black is, not great, really. So the reds are in play, but it's not actually as straightforward as, you know, it might immediately appear.
Yeah, it's not very often you see this. The black over that left corner pocket, but red's around it. There's no way he can really unlock that little area for the time being. Well, having said that, what a shot he's about to play here. Oh, he's missed the red. He's missed the red. Yeah, the reds are spread far and wide, but it's not really ideal. Only blue and pink to work off, and with the pink back on its own spot, will only be potable into one of the corner pockets and one of the middle pockets.
That's one of the great things about snooker, you know, every frame offers something different. And this is going to be a little bit tactical potentially for a while. We've seen some big breaks, of course. Ricky's century, some good clearances. It's maybe not a side of the game you necessarily associate with Thepchaiya Un-Nooh. Well, certainly not the first thing you think about. So just to clarify the scores, obviously 4-2 here to Thepchaiya Un-Nooh. It's 3-3 Noppon Saengkham and Wu Yize. Ding Junhui's 5-3 up on Robbie Williams. And Fang Zhengyi's 3-2 up on Michael White. They're the scores right now. Now then, what's he looking at here? Trying to force one of these reds in.
Yeah, I think that safety shot from Ricky has opened that area up slightly. That red 2 in from the black may pot now. I mean, he's looking at possibly playing one red onto another. I'm sure there's enough room there for that red to pass the black off the near jaw.
Stand by your beds. Things are going to happen here one way or another.
Yeah, this could be chaos after this shot. No, he's played it dead weight. Needs to trust the table. Oh, what a shot he's played there. That is absolutely fantastic from Thepchaiya.
Well, just great control. I think we thought he might sort of blast them, but no, he's dropped it in, and that's a beautiful shot to open everything up. The black can go back on its spot, and then he could be really away.
Yeah, it looked for a moment there might have been fireworks, but that was as calm as you like. The black going back on its own spot will be potable into the right corner pocket. If he can navigate his cue ball out of this little area now, this becomes a real chance.
Well, he played it really well. He also got the spider out there before anything unpleasant happened. So, Thepchaiya with his chance to press on towards being just one frame from victory. Beat Andy Hicks 6-2 in the last round. His best run at York 2015, last 32. Of course, he is remembered for missing that last black on the maximum, but he's made a few since then.
9.
Former shootout champ, of course, 2019. Ricky Walden, well, maybe fair in the worst there. He made that century, but not made much impact since. Lost the last frame, and this one, which looked kind of like it might go on a while, has just completely opened up the last couple of minutes. How are you enjoying Judgment Day, Stephen, from the commentary box? Exciting, yeah?
Oh, it's enthralling. I'm in absolute bits out here watching all the action. I don't know where to look. It's incredible. Same as the World Championship, this Judgment Day is such a fantastic idea, showing all the coverage from all the tables. It keeps the interest. You know, there's always something happening out there in the arena. Again, it underlines the ability to be able to come here and watch this, to see all this action live. It's incredible.
24.
And in a couple of shots, Thepchaiya has really opened this frame up. The red just above the black a few shots ago was a nice red to remove, because that opens the black spot up a little bit more. In a couple of shots' time, it'll be potable into both pockets. Fantastic opportunity to take a 5-2 lead now, and Ricky Walden is bang under it.
Yeah, I'm tempted to say he's done the hard work. Of course, it's all hard work, but he's got himself into a great position, certainly. And Thepchaiya He's such an exciting player to watch. I don't think anyone would argue with that.
32. 33.
Beat Mark Allen, didn't he, earlier this season, 5-0. Of course, Allen, since then, has pressed on, won the Champion of Champions. He's always a danger man in the draw, that's for sure. If you were to be in the hat for York, he's one of those players. I think you'd be excited playing him, but also quite wary of what he's capable of.
Yeah, from my own experience playing him, I've always been quite excited when the draws come out, because you know exactly what you're going to get with Thepchaiya. You're going to get an open game, and you always, you know, secretly fancy your chances against him, because you are going to get chances, but at the same time you can witness some brilliance that we've had glimpses of today already. He's just one of those players. Plus he never hangs about, so you know you're not going to be doing too much on the car park.
Well, meantime, Fang Zhengyi is going to be 4-2 up on Michael White. It's been quite a nervy match, that, but Fan just made a little move there. Still 3 each, Noppon Saengkham and Wu Yizit. We'll be back to Ding's match after. Just see if Thepchaiya can close this frame out. It's not going to be long now. Never is with him.
64.
Yeah, no time at all. He's raced to a 64 break. Couple of pots now from taking this frame, and this has been a great contribution. That opening red was quite simply sublime. The control, and not just the control of the bottle to play it in the way that he did. He had to trust the table. He played it a little bit of drag, which is always a little bit of a risk. Played the cannon to perfection, and the rest is history.
72.
So Walden made that century in frame 5, but now he's staring down the barrel. He's going to have to win the last 4 to make the main draw in York. Thepchaiya Un-Nooh has made one of the breaks of the day here, I think. Certainly how he got in, the way he just controlled things early on.
86.
Break ends at 86, and Thepchaiya Un-Nooh moves into a 5-2 lead, 1 from victory. Now then, there is Ding Junhui. Of course, he was 5-1 up. He was looking a sure thing to qualify, but things have got a bit closer since. I'll just show you just a shot from the most recent frame. This was just a few minutes ago. He's sort of lining something up.
Yeah, he spent a long while looking at this actually, and there's a plant that he feels may push onto another red. There's value in it, I suppose, because the cue ball is going to be heading back up to the balk end. What about that for a shot, Dave?
Beautiful, yeah, brilliant. And we can, that was a few moments ago, we can go live now, and this is what's happening. Ding has his chance, another chance. It's a good one to get it won. 36 in front. He's really got to knuckle down now and just focus on every shot, and you fancy he'll be in the draw.
And surely this is the one. Nothing can possibly go wrong here.
16.
Or can it?
Well, it can. Whether it will, we'll see. But as I say, because of what's already gone on, he cannot afford to take his eye off anything, even though it looks easy, and to him it kind of is. Just get the match out the way.
Yeah, he's got to stay disciplined, Ding, because as you say, he's seen a couple of frames go astray here that might not have done. He's got the balls at his mercy here. He's just got to mind his work. Just take a second longer if needs be, because he wants to get this job done at this visit. Book his place at the Barbican.
Yeah, and that's all that ultimately matters. You qualify. The fact that he could have been 6-1, maybe even 6-2, is irrelevant if he's there in the draw tomorrow. He remains someone you don't want to draw if you're in the top 16, clearly. But for Zhang Anda winning the international championship, he would have been seeded.
Again, played a lovely little cannon there, just to hold the cue ball, open up the other reds as well. But he could have played that one nicer. He's landed a little bit low on the black, so he's going to have to play a nippy little screw just to hold. Possibly just try and drift up past the two reds, maybe just glance off them. Yeah, that's fine, that's perfect.
Well, of course, he has got literally hundreds of millions of fans in China and elsewhere, and they will be delighted to see him. I think it enhances the event, and absolutely nothing against Robbie Williams, but it enhances any tournament for Ding Junhui to be in the draw. 3 times champion, runner-up last year, having to qualify this year. Remember the year he had to qualify for the Crucible the first time? He got to the final, 2016, to play Mark Selby. So he's a danger man when he doesn't have maybe that pressure of being the seed.
Yeah, and we often talk about all the talent that's coming from China, and there's plenty of it, but this man is just the king still. He is just next level when he's in this kind of form. He's going to take some stopping at York. He loves the event. He thrives off it.
56.
Well, he's going to be the first qualifier in the first session of Judgment Day. He's very nearly, of course, the last man standing last year. He won the 6 Reds World Championship last season. Otherwise, there weren't any trophies, but
64.
We know if he plays his best, he can win anything. This is a victory lap now for Ding.
71.
Be relieved because Robbie Williams was coming back strongly. Maybe sensing he didn't have much to lose, but this has been a classy break to win it.
79.
Can he finish with a second century of the day?
80.
All the pressure now lifting, of course. And these are just enjoyable moments.
Yeah, and bar that mini little hiccup from 5-1, things looked $1 million again today. It's been an absolute pleasure watching him play. And I'm very much looking forward to watching him perform at the Barbican, whoever he draws. It's been a lovely finish from Ding.
98.
Fair play to Robbie Williams. He's had a great tournament again. He's playing some fantastic stuff this season, and make no mistake, he'll be back.
103.
Brilliant stuff, this. After the little bit of pressure that was put on him, he's responded like the great players do.
107.
And the good news for snooker fans everywhere is that Ding Junhui will be in the draw. The first qualifier, the first name in that particular bag for the draw. We will hear from him in a few minutes' time. And, of course, we will see him next week in York. And if you're a top 16 player, you do not want to see him being drawn against you, clearly. Second century of the day from Ding to finish. He's the first qualifier for this year's UK Championship. He's beaten Robbie Williams 6-3, and we will hear from him in a few minutes' time. But in the meantime, table 3 is getting tasty. 3-3, and Noppon Saengkham and Wu Yize 23 behind Saengkham. He's stolen a couple. Wu Yize stole a couple himself. Won the last frame for 3-3. Noppon Saengkham, again, trying to win another close frame. This match has been full of them.
Yeah, it's just relentless blow for blows here on table 3. Both players getting in front, the other one coming back. You just don't know where to look. But this is, again, another great chance for Noppon. If he gets this red, which he has, he's big favourite now for this frame.
So great chance that he's earned here to edge 4-3 up.
Again, you see that lovely long Q action from Noppon. Stays so still on the shot. Head barely moves. Fully commits to everything. He's got a very pronounced pre-shot routine. He does the same every time. It's great to see. Very consistent with his action. Such a good player. So he needs up to and including the pink here to take a 4-3 lead.
Yeah, he's such a sort of studious player, as you say, really concentrates hard. And that's the key, because this is meat and drink to any snooker player, just potting these. But of course, if you're not focused, you can miss anything. This is such a vital match. Big tournament, big prize to get to York and the main draw at the UK Championship. Noppon Saengkham will be 2 frames away if he can pot the next 3 balls. I can tell you Ricky Walden he's going to win frame 8 against Thepchaiya Un-Nooh. It's going to be 5-3. Ricky's on a big break. We'll have plenty more action from that one and the Michael White Fang Zhengyi match as well coming up in our coverage.
A little side plot as well to do with this game. Both Noppon and Wu Yiza are very close to the top 16 on the 1-year list, which adds another incentive for that Players' Championship. So this is a massive match for both. Just this pink required.
Yeah, as if there's not enough to think about. There's all, as you say, all these subplots. That's a great clearance from Noppon Saengkham. And this match has been full of close frames. It's been full of steals. And Noppon has made one here. So he's going to be 4-3 in front against Wu Yiza, who himself has played terrifically well. Great match, and Noppon Saengkham has the advantage at 4-3. Now, of course, we have our first man into the hat for the qualifying players to take on the top 16. It is a 3-times champion, Junhui, and we can hear live from him now. He's talking to Rob Walker.
Yes, as you said very succinctly at the end of that coverage there, Dave, Ding will be a nightmare draw for any of the top 16. Ding, congratulations. You're the first man to come through Judgment Day Part 1 here at the Morningside Arena in Leicester. And it wouldn't be an edition of the UK Championship in York without you, because you love that event.
Yeah, I love playing York, and I always doing good in the UK Championship. So me too. I don't want to miss that as well. So I try my best and to get in the final stage.
Now, it was looking very one-sided early on. Looked like you were going to get through 6-1, but you missed a couple of reds and you missed the pink, and all of a sudden 5-2. Then he has a fabulous break for 5-3. Were you starting to feel a little bit edgy against Robbie there as he came back?
Yeah, he played a little bit loose, like losing nothing to lose, like that way. So I don't know. When he was 5-2, 5-3, I still think I will win the match. Yeah, maybe just a couple of shots and missing badly, but I feel I can win. Yes.
Well, Dave Hendon, and Stephen Hallworth were waxing lyrical about your great play, and you had a couple of excellent plants. I have to start calling you the gardener. A couple of really good pots in what turned out to be the last frame.
Yeah, well, that was on an angle, so just need to hit the red in right correct. It's not like you need to hit it very accurate. So, but sometimes you need luck to get in the balls.
But moments like that must feel pretty good.
Yeah, no, and especially in the perfect on the blue.
And here's another one.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
perfection.
Unlucky he missed the snookers and then leave me like straight and plant, so I have to go.
Now, will you be watching the draw tomorrow afternoon, or will you wait for someone to send you a WhatsApp or a text message?
I think I don't need to watch, and 100% someone will send me the text message.
Well, Ding, you came very, very close to winning the title last year. You were very magnanimous in finishing runner-up to Mark Allen. You always go well at York. Congratulations. You have come through the cauldron of Judgment Day. We will see you at the Barbican. So thanks very much to Ding, a man who has lifted the title at the Barbican on multiple occasions, as has a certain rocket Ronnie O'Sullivan. Now let's take a trip down a moment of perfection memory lane. Not beating Judd in the final in 14, the 147 on the way to the final against Matt Selt.
Everybody, eyes on Ronnie at the moment.
At this point, in a maximum that you just don't notice anything else going on around you.
97.
Audience, opponents, other tables, cameras, nothing. You're just in your own bubble here.
Standing on the black.
No, I was just going to say, not ideal on the black, John. I'd rather be just a touch straighter on this black to get close to the red. That's about as good as they could do.
112.
If he's dead straight, the cue ball's going to be quite close to the cushion here.
Everybody stop now. Watching this. In it goes. Now, has he got the angle on the black to punch it in off one cushion? Little shake of the head. Is he absolutely perfect? He's got to make the angle. He's played it well. He's got this Barbican crown. Absolutely.
122.
Frightened to move, and then every pot gets a big round of applause.
I've said it before, this is the biggest buzz you can get playing snooker, making a 147.
Okay. 125.
Just got to judge the pace now, on and off the top cushion. Well, he's played for the pink in the middle. Is he going to... It's got in!
134.
Yes, that was a heart stopper. And he's already punching the air. You've not potted the black yet, Ronnie. Superb! Absolutely superb! There's only one Ronnie O'Sullivan. That ankle, would you believe that? Absolutely fantastic. A maximum. He's the maximum man. He's a genius. Ronnie O'Sullivan runs out a 6-0 winner.
Well, one of the many great moments of the UK Championship, authored by Ronnie O'Sullivan. This is what's happening. Ding through. It's 5-3 Thepchaiya Un-Nooh. It's 4-3 Noppon Saengkham over Wu Yiza. And we're going to go to table 4. Fang Zhengyi and Michael White. Now it's 4-2 to Fan. Michael White 64 in front. There's still a possible 67 on. As Fang Zhengyi looks to knock this red in. If we get on the black, then he could have been away, but does that red pass the green? This has been quite a nervy match. Been a few close frames that could have gone either way, including the last one. But anyway, Michael White, he always sort of has this nervous energy around the table, but he's also capable, of course, of brilliant snooker. He's had 2 6-5s already this week that he survived. And this is another close match he's involved in.
Yeah, he's a very busy player, is Michael White. He's always on the move, always on the lookout. It does always bring that, like, as you say, that air of nervous energy. But he's a fantastic player on his day. And he's clawing his way back into this game now. 4-3. This could go very, very close.
What's happening with the Walden match? Well, I'm sure if he does qualify, we'll see that lucky shirt next week in York. Quite distinctive, isn't it?
No.
Amazing to think he dropped off the tour. I know he'd had his problems off the table, but of course he's a 2-time ranking event winner. Been a top 16 player. He's currently 65 in the world. He's missed that, but he's done the damage. So it's going to be 4-3, and this one you just feel is going to be very close to the end. Michael White hanging on in there, winning that frame. Now, they've stopped play. We're not quite sure why in the Ricky Walden match at table 1. It's 5-3. They haven't started frame 9, so we'll go to table 3 in the meantime. Noppon Saengkham and Wu Yize. It's 4-3 to Noppon Saengkham. There's been some dramatic frames in this match as well. Noppon stole that last one. We saw a really, well, nerveless clearance, you've got to say. But Wu Yize at the table here.
Yeah, he's played a really nice shot from the blue into the pack of reds, and they've opened up lovely. This is a good chance now. Black clearly available. He's happy to just work off that, keep a close white, slowly building a lead and chipping away. Could be 4-3, and another one that's probably going to go to the wire.
Just on Ricky Walden, by the way, he won that 8th frame with a 130 break, so he's had 2 centuries. He's still 5-3 down, but clearly playing good stuff. I think there's a problem with this arena scoreboard, so the two of them at the moment are just sitting sort of waiting to start frame 9, which is not ideal, obviously. Just while we watch this little passage of play, had a few messages come in, and I just wanted to mention Steve saying, I'm loving the coverage on Judgment Day. I'm heading to York next Thursday and Friday to catch some action, and I can't wait. He says, I'm from Sunderland, would love to see an event in the northeast, Newcastle, Durham. Do you think that will ever happen? Well, Steve, it's a very strong area. I mean, tomorrow, for example, we've got Elliot Slessor playing David Lilly, 2 players from that neck of the woods. There have been events in Newcastle going back about 20 years now, but it would be nice to think that that area at some point would be favoured, because it is very strong for Q Sports, always has been. And Jeff Brooking also saying, thanks for the great coverage. I think Judd Trump will bounce back next week. Well, yeah, he, of course, lost the Champion of Champions final, but in general, he's playing good stuff. And also, I'm guessing this isn't his real name, but Marzipan Joe is watching from Lübeck, Germany. Really enjoying the coverage with you and Stephen's great commentary. The format couldn't be more thrilling. Fabulous stuff. Well, it really is fabulous stuff. Thank you for getting in contact, Joe.
Yeah, it really is edge of your seat stuff here at the Morningside Arena in Leicester. Everywhere we look, there's something happening. You just cannot take your eyes off the action. Wu Yize just trying to tidy up this frame now. Just get over the line and take us to another level score at 4 each. Fantastic young player. He's got a lovely cue action, lovely and long, which is really good to have. Just floats through the cue ball. To be fair, he just floats around the table really as well. He's got quite a presence around there. He's only young. He's a very tall player.
65.
He's almost got this sort of lazy look about himself, as if nothing really bothers him. And to be fair, it's not a bad way to be.
Well, it's sort of been blow for blow in this match, and Wu's again answering the call.
79.
Up to 79 already. Well, that's where the break ends, but it was a fine break, a frame-winning break, and he's levelled at 4-4, and that match now effectively a best of 3. Now, as I say, table 1, they've had to stop, which is unfortunate for the players, because obviously it's a very delicate stage, this. There's been an issue with the arena, and, sorry, with the arena scoreboard, so the players just sort of sat there waiting. Let's hope that gets resolved soon, because this is a big match, and they don't want their sort of focus interrupted too much, but hopefully turn it off and turn it on again. That should do the trick. Now, table 4, we saw a moment ago, Michael White and Fang Zhengyi. Michael White coming back to 4-3 down. This is the start of the next frame. Oh. Thank you very much. All gifts gratefully received. But the thing with flukes, yeah, they're nice to have, but it's then what you do with them. In isolation, they're no use. You've got to press on and try and make it count here. So just to reiterate, Ding's won 6-3. The Walden Thepchaiya match has been stopped because of scoring issues. So there's 2 matches on right now. 4-4, as we know, Noppon and Wu Yize, and this is the other match. And just on tonight, by the way, if you're wondering what the bill of fare is, we've got Anthony McGill against Anthony Hamilton, Dave Gilbert against Jamie Clark, Matt Selt against Lou Hyashin. That's actually a repeat of a ranking final, the 2019 Indian Open. And Jamie Jones against Zach Surety. We'll have the coverage from just before 7 tonight. Same format, trying to bring you the best action from each table, with interviews and analysis as well. Well, maybe looking to disturb a few here. Oh, well, he did, but he's knocked a red in. That's, well, he got the fluke at the start, didn't he? And I guess at the end of the break, he got unlucky. So, Fang Zhengyi saw 2 sides of the snooker coin there.
Yeah, karma has been served. No harm done, though. He's not left anything for Michael, so just the safety shot.
Okay, well, the early stages of this frame. Let's go to the other match that's on. In fact, I can tell you Ricky Walden, Thepchaiya Un-Nooh are now restarting, so the delay wasn't too long. But let's go to Noppon Saengkham and Wu Yiza for table 3. Here's Wu Yiza. Wow. Well, beautiful. And that just shows his confidence. Since the chance to get into them, my word, he didn't hold back.
Yeah, that was very attacking, and how well has he played it? If anything, maybe a little bit unlucky that he's actually tied the black up, but he's got the reds open far and wide.
Oh, and then misses that one. So it was a great shot to get into them, but he didn't reap the rewards.
God, that's a bad miss from Wu Yiza. That's come very unexpectedly. Potted a good red and a brown into the pack and spread them far and wide. He's missed relatively straightforward red there. Now, what can Noppon do with this? It's not so much about the pot itself, which of course you need to focus on. It's where's the cue ball going to go? It's very congested. No real control queuing down. And he's not landed on anything, so he's just going to be playing safe now.
Should we go back to the Walden match? Table 1. It's okay, so that looks like end of break there. These frames, these matches, all getting a bit tense, I think. But the good news is Ricky Walden and Thepchaiya Un-Nooh have resumed. Walden made a 130 in frame 8, 5-3, had to wait for frame 9. But maybe he's on the comeback trail there on table 1. Table 1. Here we go. So we're back live with Walden and Thepchaiya. Remember, this went to a decider when they played in the World Qualifying. It's 5-0 on the head-to-head to Ricky Walden coming in. He's going to fight hard to keep that 100% record, I'm sure.
Wow, look at how much he's got on that. Ricky Walden.
70.
Ooh, that's a stinky one now to the middle. How do you fancy this one?
Ricky Walden, 17.
Well, if you're just tuning in, I'm sure people are tuning in all the time. It's been a very interesting match, this. Kind of, both have played the manner you'd expect them to. Ricky Walden's a heavy scorer. He won the first frame, missed a black in the second, went 3-1 down. 2 great clearances from Thepchaiya. Pretty dashing stuff, 66 and 71. That was 3-1. Back came Ricky with a century. Thepchaiya made it 4-2, 5-2 with an 86, and then the 130 from Ricky in the last. Oh, he's knocked a red near the pocket, which will be a concern, because at any stage with your opponent on 5, you know you could be potentially one mistake away from playing your last shot.
Yeah, and it was tough to really foresee that happening. He's played a safety shot, and a couple of cannons have meant that the red has been pushed over the corner bag. But that could have been a bit better from Thepchaiya. It was difficult to control that cue ball through the reds. He has got a shot at this pink to the yellow pocket. But what a big shot this is. If he gets it, they're all there. If he misses it, they're all there for Ricky. And he's not missed it. Stroked it in to perfection.
Yeah, so this is his chance potentially to get it won. We'll see how far he gets.
7.
He's having a good look at the black spot now because, as we can see, the yellow, it's not very often you see that down there. Red covering the black as well to the right corner pocket. So, okay, Thepchaiya is at the table now, which is the main thing for him, but he's got a little bit of solving to do here. This will be a good visit if he wins the frame at this visit.
I was just thinking as well, we've seen Ding Won, we've got Thepchaiya, we've got Noppon Saengkham, Wu Yize, Fang Zhengyi. None of them would have been able to play in the first UK Championship. It was only for UK and Irish players, so it didn't become a ranking event until 1984, open to everybody. It was literally the UK Championship, but of course it's a world sport, and we're seeing that reflected in this session.
14.
Needs that cue ball to run, and it has. That's okay. Again, just having a little look exactly where he wants to leave his cue ball here. We all know how fluent Thepchaiya is, and it's these moments he just has to take an extra second, just make absolute certain he knows exactly what he's going to play, because as Ken mentioned in the studio, the game almost comes too easy for him. We see him miss some absolute sitters at stages, and he's got to definitely cut that out here. Just got to try and play a few perfect positional shots, just get the job done.
Yeah, he's sort of known for the odd Hollywood shot, but actually it's the boring stuff that'll get you the results. And he's got himself in. Can he get himself over the line?
26.
Yeah, that's a very nice shot he's played there. Fantastic pot and controlled the cue ball to perfection.
I can tell you Michael White's levelled up 4 each with Fang Zhengyi, so we've got some real tight finishes coming up. But we're going to stay, of course, with this one for the moment to see if Thepchaiya can get it won.
31.
Yeah, it was a 93 break from Michael White, so he's won the last 2 in that match.
32.
Now then, little cannon. Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, he won't mind that one bit. That's absolutely perfect. So, where's his next colour? He's going to be screwing up the pink or blue.
38.
Well, he's got into it quite well, actually, so maybe forced to play the blue in the corner now. He's creeping closer to that winning line.
Forty-three.
Just came round to have a look at the pink. He doesn't want to play on it and pot it and then
44.
end up tying the other red up. Just wants to try and keep them all in the open play for the time being. Give himself as many options as possible. I can't see him breaking down from here.
No, and it shows what a tough game it is. Ricky Walden's had breaks of 108 and 130 in this match, but looking increasingly likely to be on the losing side. He's playing an inspired character here, Thepchaiya Un-Nooh. Very exciting player to watch. Great talent. He doesn't always marshal that talent, but when he does, he's pretty phenomenal to watch. Just looking to close this out.
So he's just got to play a little delicate cannon to the red beneath the other red here, perhaps. Maybe hold for the yellow. Yeah, that's okay.
57.
And can just drop across the face of the other red. And that should be curtains. Ricky Walden will be disappointed, actually, because he has missed a few relatively straightforward pots that we don't expect from him.
59.
Just taking his eye off a couple, and it's made the difference here for sure.
60.
Yeah, and that's right. Thepchaiya has sort of made fewer of those unforced errors, really. And this has been very impressive. I think the way he's focused, really concentrated hard on this break, controlled things well. And we have our second player into the hat to take on the top 16. Ding Junhui and Thepchaiya Un-Nooh, two big hitters, two ranking event winners from China and Thailand,
68.
respectively.
$75. 77.
And what a way to finish the game. There's a century on. It would be deserving of this match.
80. 84.
Well, it's been a delightful piece of work.
89.
Form that he hopes to produce next week in York. He could definitely cause problems. What a finish this is from Thepchaiya Un-Nooh. Beautiful break. A clearance of 102 to qualify for the final stages of the MrQ UK Snooker Championship. That's his 11th century of the season. Ricky Walden made 2, and sporting from Ricky, he knows he's involved in a great game. It's actually Thepchaiya's first victory over him in 6 meetings. So he's got the win today, and we will be hearing from Thepchaiya Un-Nooh in a few minutes' time with Rob. Not to be for Ricky Walden. He just made a couple of errors here and there, but overall it was a real high-quality match. We'll be back with the other matches in due course. Of course, we're looking forward to tonight as well. We've got 4 more matches for you. Some big ones, actually. Some big hitters involved. And we can just show you now some practice shots. Here is Anthony Hamilton. Something of a veteran, but of course saw off another veteran, actually, Dominic Dale. Understood. He's playing another Anthony McGill. The Sheriff, he's struggled a little bit at times this season, but he's always capable, you feel, of putting in a real high-quality performance. If he gets scoring, he really is impressive. And just the fact he's been on tour for 32 years now, 1991. We talk about the class of 92. We're looking here at the class of 91. We're looking here at Jamie Jones. Got the earphones in, all business on the practice table. And again, a player, you know, and there's so many of them just capable of beating anybody. His form has come and gone a little bit since he got back on tour, but he'll be hoping for big things tonight when he takes on Zach Surety. We'll have all 4 matches for you from 7 o'clock. That's local time. Let's go back to Noppon Saengkham and Wu Yiza, table 3, 4-4. Noppon Saengkham 20 in front in this frame. It's been a seesaw battle. And then some in this one. A lot of close frames. A lot of good snooker played. You can see Noppon's little routine there, walking into the shot, just getting himself ready to play it. Trying to join his Thai compatriot Thepchaiya Un-Nooh, of course, in the next round, but didn't like that one. Bad contact, I think.
Yeah, that was a howler. It's not very often you see one of them. That's a collector's item in the modern game. That has squared up massively. Heavy, heavy contact there. And how costly could that be? He was just looking good, and look at the reds.
Yeah, it's a sickener, that is. As you say, they've been largely eradicated kicks, but that was a horrible time for it to happen, because he was starting to look again good and in a good position, promising position in that frame. This is the thing about snooker. It's hard enough as it is, but there's always these sort of external things that can happen that can make it even harder.
Yeah, it's a proper test of temperament when that happens, because I can assure you that is one of the most frustrating things that can happen in our game. Albeit you don't see it very often now with the players using the new chalk. For me, it's one of the best things that's ever happened to snooker. But it's such a sickener when you see it happen, especially at this stage of a game. A best of 3 for a place at the Barbican. What a time to have a heavy contact.
Of course, from this match, we're guaranteed another non-British qualifier. Will it be Thailand or China? Wu Yize still, of course, a relatively new professional, but he's already impressed many people. He's played at the Crucible. He's been in the semi-final of a ranking event, the Wuhan Open, the new event this season. Making great strides. He's up to 41 in the world. And just waiting for the final push in this frame, it would seem, to try and get himself to within 1 of victory. It's still 4-4, by the way. Early stages, Zhengyi and Michael White in the next frame. These times in the match, it's all very well playing with freedom at the start of a match, but to produce the goods at this point is what sorts out really the best players from the rest. I remember Alan McManus saying a few years ago when Wu Yize was first sighted, possibly even as a wild card, he saw him and he said, this guy is seriously good. And Alan, you know, is a very shrewd judge, and also he doesn't sort of indulge in hyperbole. He'll only say it if he believes it, and he is making good on that potential, I think, now.
Yeah, he's an incredible talent, that's for sure. I've seen him practice firsthand at the academy in Sheffield, and he's another one of the players that's very, very dedicated to his sport. Really does put the work in, and it's all those hard hours on the practice tables, you know, doing the work in the shadows, so to speak, that he's earned his moment out there on the big stage. And we've seen some incredible performances from him already in his very short career. And what an achievement it will be to make it through to the Barbican. Big occasion for him.
He still knows dealing with cue ball on the side cushion. Needs accurate cueing. Yeah, he knew it was in, but of course this last red now is the one.
Yeah, he would have loved a low angle on the pink to be able to pot it and just screw down in the gap between the black and red. Don't think he's got that now. I'm not sure the red surely doesn't pass the black. If it does, he can play that as a shot. No, it can't do. Just the safety shot, surely. But he's got to keep it tight. And again, another frame that's come down to the last red.
We've had a message from Tijuana in Mexico from Mike Holt. Enjoying the coverage. Hope Ken keeps rolling back the years. Great to see so many people watching from different parts of the world coming together in the name of snooker. The break over for Wu Yize. He's got him in one though in the snooker here. 18 points in front. Now we want to just also show you what's happening on the other table. Table 4, Zhengyi and Michael White. A bit of a humdinger. It was 4-2 to Fan. Michael White level, but as we pick it up, you can see Fan is about to win this next frame. So really, they're trading blow for blow in this one. We want to just show you what's happening here, because 2 tables on. And, well, it's difficult to call still.
77.
Yeah, I'm going to make my prediction and stick my neck on the line. This is going to go to a decider and come down to the colours.
Okay, well, it's very specific. We'll see if you're right later. Meantime, we'll go back to Noppon and Wu Yiza. Yeah, you need... Listen, I know it's different, probably watching them playing, but you need a few, as you say, Shredsville finishes. Wouldn't be snooker without that. Noppon Saengkham, as I mentioned, had one in the World Qualifying. Last black 10-9 over Zhang Anda.
Wu Yiza's played a very nice safety shot from that last hit. That's a fantastic hit from Noppon Saengkham. He's had to bounce it into the first cushion and allow for the slide to take off the second. Judged it to perfection. That was a pretty tricky escape to make. He couldn't have hoped for any better than that.
Yeah, and it's one of those frames where, okay, it's 22 in front, but the lead won't mean much if he leaves the red on, because everything's available for Noppon Saengkham. So these are real critical moments in this match.
Yeah, it's massive. And he needs a bit of luck here because that red is in open play now. And you can bet your bottom dollar that Noppon Saengkham is going to be having a go at this. Priority number one in a scenario like this, get the object ball safe. And that's a poor safety shot from Wu Yiza. We've seen how good Noppon is over distance already today. How we'd love another here.
Oh, wonderful pot. Wonderful pot from Noppon Saengkham. He maybe doesn't have the flair of his compatriot Thepchaiya Un-Nooh, but my word, he has the steel. And he showed it there.
Yeah, if you could combine the two, I suppose, you'd probably have an absolute demon of a player. The flair of Thepchaiya and the steel and steadiness of Noppon Saengkham, that would take some beating.
So it's in his hands to win another close frame. There's been so many in this match.
How close has this game been? It really has just been nip and tuck the whole way. So many pressure clearances both have had to make, and they're both standing up. This is really, really good stuff. Out there in the heat of battle, neither player really showing any signs of cracking.
Yeah, proper old snooker match this. Blow for blow being traded. Noppon Saengkham needs the remaining three colours for a 5-4 lead.
20.
Well, it's not the best shot he's ever played on the blue because he is going to need pink and black and he's low. So he's going to have to play this with a trace of left-hand side. Try and come twice across. There's the left. Needs a bounce. Big shot. This is massive.
Well, that is absolutely superb, that clearance. That's the dish of the day for me. And Noppon Saengkham is a frame from victory at 5-4. We'll be back in due course. The other match on, though, is also very close. 5-4, Fang Zhengyi and Michael White, who's in at the start of frame 10. He's one of these players, he's such a bustling kind of guy. He's like, his shirt will never be tucked in for long, will it? He's always kind of, everything's kind of hanging out, but that's how he plays. Very entertaining. Great talent, of course. He won 2 ranking events. He's been in the top 16. He's back on tour.
So after this one, just the one remaining loose red. So he's going to have to get into that pack at some stage. He may try and seek an angle off the black from this red. Doesn't want to leave it too late because you start running out of options. Okay, so he's not got the angle this time. He may be an angle on the pink, which might not be any value to him. Black screw back for the red into the middle, possibly. Oh, he's going around the angle, so red into the corner. Needs that cue ball to pull up. Yeah, he's left it a little bit late here to try and get into the pack of reds. Although a brave shot would be going into the reds from the red. Not necessarily the right shot though at this stage. He's trying to find the gap through the pack, but again, so important he gets an angle because it's all going to be for nothing if he can't get the reds open. Well, he did go into the pack off the reds, and what a shot that is from Michael White. Fantastically aggressive and deserves everything he gets from that. Superb.
Well, considering the position in the match, 5-4 down, that's got to be the shot of the day, hasn't it? It's got everything into play. He's given himself every chance to take this to a decider.
Yeah, it looked for a moment there he was trying to talk himself out of that, but it was the aggressive shot to play. He didn't intend to play for that originally, but he landed perfect on the red, as I already mentioned, and to execute it in the way that he did. Fantastic shot. Just needs to mind his cue ball here, get down into an area.
Well, the drama's even getting to the pocket. He didn't take the pink here, it just fell on the floor. But this was the shot that opened everything up from the red. Very aggressive and typical Michael White, really. You know, he's a front foot kind of guy. He likes to make things happen.
Yeah, there was no guarantees he was going to get on a colour going into the pack like he did, but sometimes you play the aggressive shot and you take the bull by the horns, you chance your hand, and you often find that it does work out in your favour. Oh, he's missed the red down the rail. He's missed the red down the rail. So 52 points the lead is Michael White. Zhengyi comes back to the table with a glimmer of hope.
It's just never straightforward, is it, this game? You know, you thought, well, he's played that shot, he's got everything into play, but no, hasn't pressed on. 52 the lead, lots on.
Yeah, it was the shot on the pink in and out of baulk. It was very difficult to control that. He left himself a little bit too much to do there on the red. That was always missable at that pace. Wanted to be much closer, especially under this sort of pressure. You never want to be too far away from your next ball.
Just a reminder, it's also 5-4 to Noppon Saengkham. We saw that steely clearance. They've just one ball potted in the next frame. Not much happening there. We'll stay with this for now. It's a good lead, but there's lots on still. Trying to clip that one in. It was thin. Could do with the cover with the yellow. Oh, he'd be delighted. And suddenly this is trouble now for Zhengyi because the red's all in open play. Can't afford to leave one on with Michael White 52 in front. So it's a little fortunate that for the Welshman to finish there. Well, what's going to happen next? It's Stephen's prediction that it's going to go down to the colours in the decider. I think is a pretty savvy one.
Yeah, it just always had the ingredients to be one of those games. You know, it just had to happen at some point in the arena. Over on table 3, it's a very tight affair, but this game just always felt like it was going to go the distance.
What you haven't told us is who's going to win.
Well, I'm trying to just cover myself there.
Well, we're not quite at the decider yet, but Michael White holding all the cards in this frame. Well, it's very, very tight wherever you look right now. Of course, we've had two results, Ding Junhui and Thepchaiya Un-Nooh winning. But we're just going to show you side by side the two 5-4s here. Noppon Saengkham in first in frame 10. He's 5-4 up, of course, against Wu Yizhe. And Michael White trying to force the decider against Zhengyi, who's, again, got to be so careful with this shot. If he leaves a red on, it's surely frame over.
That's a pretty good chance for Noppon, actually, over on table 3. Played so well, and he'll thoroughly deserve this win if he gets it. Shown real character in this game, because Wu Yizhe has thrown the kitchen sink at him. A couple of real big dishes, and Noppon has just responded so well. And that could be the one that he's looking for. That's a pretty decent split. He's landed perfect on a red.
27.
Yeah, definite chance. He's shown a lot of great poise, not least in that last frame, as Michael White takes one onto the middle. Wherever you look, there's things happening. How do you fancy the next shot, though?
Yeah, there'll be no way he'll be taking anything on here. He'd love to get a colour safe if he can, possibly green up the side cushion, try and get the cue ball back onto the balk area, but again, he's got to be so mindful where he leaves his white, because he doesn't want to leave even a shot to nothing for Fan. Sometimes those little half chances are all you're looking for at this stage. Well, he's decided to try and send the brown up the cushion. He's not got it safe either. He'll be livid with himself at that one.
Meanwhile, Noppon Saengkham 33 in front. Just left this a little awkward, and he's the rest. As Zhengyi takes the long red on. Oh, it sort of went in and came out again. Not quite, obviously, but he got close to it. Good cue ball, though.
Yeah, and that's big trouble for Michael if he can't get to the red by the green. He's going to have to play a little bit of a dump shot. What a shot Noppon's just played there, by the way, on table 3. That was a great red with the rest. Look, for a moment there, he was out of position. Salvaged it, and he's still going.
Yeah, nice control. Typical Noppon Saengkham shot, just very coolly played, calmly played. Didn't make an event of it. .40 in front then. As Michael White misses and the cue ball goes back. Double the drama here, isn't it? Two matches going on at once, both close.
He's just looking for one good positional shot, Noppon Saengkham. This black try and get one of the loose reds to the right of the table. Opens up the other one. He will need another of the reds that are in the cluster. So at some stage he is going to have to attend to that. Play a little delicate cannon. Try and just flick one out. Played played that well. Had to get top side of the blue. I think he's just about got there. That's okay. And this is perfect. That is a great angle to have. Now he's just got to play a delicate enough cannon that he gets the reds moving. You just pray and you land. If there's ever you want to land on a red going into the pack, it's now. This is your chance to book your place at the Barbican. Surely you've got to land, and he has done.
Well, we need to focus on this frame, don't we? Because he's about to win, potentially. We'll be back with the other table, of course, in due course. But this is Noppon's chance. 62 in front, 75 on. He's a couple of pots away here from joining Ding Junhui and Thepchaiya Un-Nooh as qualifiers this year. And he's on the blue, which will put him 68 in front. He's played really well. It's been a terrific match. They both contributed, but I've been so impressed by the cool and calm that Noppon Saengkham has demonstrated.
Yeah, and you could see a big sigh of relief when that red crept in there. He knew that was the shot that was going to send him to the Barbican. Barring anything out of the ordinary here. He's played so well today, Noppon. I'm a massive Noppon fan, to be fair. I've practiced a lot with him. I just rate him so highly, and he's a lovely kid, as we've already mentioned. Deserves everything he gets. One more pot just to seal the deal. Of course, a family man now as well. This is a great occasion for them all. Well, the red has stayed out. So, is there going to be a final twist here? Because Wu Yiza can pot a couple here, and the little cluster of three. Yeah, the pink is an ideal little setup to try and lay a snooker. This is what I mean about the anxiety out there in the arena. Numerically, Noppon is over the line, but he will not feel safe at all out there.
It's never straightforward, this game, is it? Noppon looked to have got himself over the line. Now there's a bit of agony potentially coming. So while Wu Yiza plays for this snooker, we can just bring back the other match, because Michael White has his chance here to make it 5 each. That red, and, well, where is he? 58 in front, so 63 needs another red after the blue, and there's one waiting down the bulk end. It looks like 5 each. And that decider is going to be happening that Stephen predicted. Wu Yiza needs the pink in, and it is. Going to need a lie down, I think, between sessions. It's been pretty dramatic stuff, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's so intense. You just don't know where to look. As you say, Michael White has surely done enough in that frame to take us to our first decider of Judgment Day. Can Wu Yiza do the same over on table 3? It's very unlikely, but there's a very good chance that he can lay a good snooker. That red next to the pink is absolutely perfect. He needs to leave that well alone. Oh, he's not hit that one hard enough. That needs to run on, and it hasn't. Yeah, Yeah, you can see the annoyance there because he knows that's a good chance. If he gets nicely on that red, pots the black, he can put Noppon in all sorts of trouble.
Well, Michael White's done enough, so they're going to be racking them up one last time there. Dave Ford will do the honours, 5 each. So let's focus on this table. Table 3, Wu Yi's are trying to get this snooker.
Just doing the maths as well. If he pots this pink, he goes to 30 points, 38 adrift with 35 on. So 1 snooker is all that's required here. He needs to pot this pink and get low of the red. He wants to be black side of the red just so he can play a little stun shot. Send the red up into the cube, into the balk area and get the cue ball in behind the pink. But he's come a little bit low on it. Very difficult to make that happen without an immense amount of right-hand side on the cue ball. Of course, he can't afford to miss the pink either. He's potted a tremendous red down the cushion, but landed a touch awkward here. May have to try and navigate his way in and out of balk. Well, he's just bit the bullet there and taken the points to make absolute certain. This isn't ideal, but it's still half a chance. And that's pretty good. If he catches the knuckle, that makes it even more trickier. Hold on to your hats, folks. This could be going the distance if Noppon doesn't make contact with this red.
Yeah, because the other problem, apart from being in the snooker, is there's nothing safe. So it's all there, isn't it? If Wu Yi's does get the chance, if Noppon Saengkham misses this.
Yeah, and the way he's playing this, it looks for certain if he misses it, he's going to leave at least a shot at the red for Wu Yi's. Just goes back to the blue that Noppon's potted to numerically get over the line. He just underhit it for the red. He had to make sure he got nicely on that and just pot it. He didn't, and now he's in this position. That is a great shot from Noppon. Oh, look at that.
Oh, my word. And that is the end. What an extraordinary way for it to finish. Just as we were saying, he was in trouble. He flukes the red out the snooker. Wu Yi's shakes hands. You cannot get your breath sometimes at this sport. He was in trouble there. We were saying, can Wu Yi's get the points, clear up? No is the answer, because Noppon Saengkham has fluked. Match ball. He's played great stuff, though. Don't let that one shot fool you. It's been a terrific match. Very dramatic. And Noppon Saengkham is our third qualifier. You've got to feel for Wu Yi's there. He did nothing wrong having laid the snooker. He played his part in a fantastic match, but it's Noppon Saengkham who wins 6-4. And he, as I say, is our third qualifier. Wow, well, that is pretty cruel on his opponent. But Noppon Saengkham, as I say, has played good stuff overall. So this is the last match on, 5-all. Nothing potted in the decider between Fang Zhengyi and Michael White.
Yeah, massive congratulations to Noppon, and what a break-off we've just missed on this table. Michael White has just dropped off the side cushion into the side of the pack. He's not risking playing the conventional break and leaving that tempting long red. I've not seen that one before.
We've seen a lot of things, aren't we, today that you maybe weren't expecting to see. Ooh, just pink first. Michael White wasn't sure about that, but the referee, I guess, was closer.
Yeah, I get the impression this is going to be a very, very cagey affair now. We've already seen Michael is not going to be pushing the boat out whatsoever, and why should he? There's so much at stake here. Place at the Barbican, the prize money that comes with it, the ranking points, all the spin-offs, the World Grand Prix on the horizon. There's so much happening out there. It's just a toss of a coin now. Fang Zhengyi, we know the level that he can play to. We've seen Michael White lift ranking titles. All of that kind of just goes out the window. This is just going to be a big scrap. I'll tell you what, he'll take that.
Well, you just wonder, Stephen, is it meant to be for Michael White? He's won 2 6-5s already. Probably should have lost to Mick Nutcherer. He was 5-2 up, and she had a chance to beat him 6-5. He beat Si Jiahui 6-5, and now little things are happening for him already in this decider. They say our cat has 9 lives. I wonder how many Michael White has in this year's MrQ UK Championship. So there's a little way to run yet in this frame. Let's just see this shot, just see what happens. But you get the feeling there's a few twists coming. We're about to hear from Noppon Saengkham. We'll just see this shot first. Well, he'll be playing it again unless Michael White fancies the red. Anyway, Noppon Saengkham won a pretty dramatic match with Wu Yize. Let's go live and hear from him. He's speaking with Rob Walker.
Thanks very much, Dave. Noppon, many, many congratulations. What a way for the match to finish.
Yeah, I'm very lucky about the last leg, and he put me snooker and then I put the rat leg. Really lucky.
It was a massive match. Once you recovered from being 2 frames down, it was 1 to him, 1 to you. It was absolutely fascinating. You had to play some superb snooker to make it through to the UK Championship last 32 for the 6th time in your career.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy about my performance because before the match I'm not feeling well, and yeah, just try to enjoy. I have some mistake, but yeah, anyway, just happy.
You said you weren't feeling well, so are you a little bit poorly at the moment?
Yeah, after China, I have a little bit panic about my hand shake and my body not good. So I go back to Thailand and see doctor. So now not 100% for my body, but I hopefully everything okay soon.
Did you start to feel normal again on the table in that match?
Yeah. Every time when I have like feeling like this, it's not comfortable.
Your daughter is such an entertaining character. She's upstairs. You spend so much time away from your wife and from Believe, and it must be so nice to have them with you here.
Yeah, I have to say thank you to them because they come for support me and make me happy all the time. And far away from family is very hard for me, but now very close, so very happy.
And also, beating Wu Yize is no mean feat because he had a fantastic run to the semi-finals in Wuhan. So you were coming up against a guy in top form.
Yeah, he really top form at the moment and very talented and very young also. So not easy to beat him today, and I just try my best and do the light shot and do the light thing. So just maybe I have a little bit more explain today to beat him today.
Well, listen, you're a very popular player. I know when we've seen you go deep in the ITV events, everybody loves watching you on the big stage, and you are back at the Barbican. So many, many congratulations. Enjoy some family time, and we'll see you in York.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Noppon Cup.
So Noppon Saengkham safely into tomorrow afternoon's draw. I wonder which of these two will be joining him. Can't believe Michael White has won 2 6-5ers in a row. Is he on for the hat-trick, Hendo?
Well, we'll find out, Rob, in the next few minutes. At the moment, though, Fang Zhengyi, we left it with him trying to get out of this snooker, and he's still going, actually, behind the yellow. Once again, Dave Ford, the referee, puts the cue ball back.
Yeah, and these could be very valuable points for Michael White. Fang Zhengyi is having to be very, very accurate with this shot. He's trying not to drift past the loose red at the bottom of the pack here, just next to the black. And, well, if this goes wrong, it could be disastrous. Having to just judge the throw off the cushion. That looks pretty good. That's a fantastic shot, well played.
Absolutely. 5 each. Cannot afford to leave anything on. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting sort of, well, however long it takes, I think. I'd be surprised, I'll say this now, if either one with their sort of next break wins it in one visit. It doesn't have that feel. It may happen, but it doesn't have that feel, this match. Remember, it was 4-2 to Fang Zhengyi at one point. Michael White has rallied with sort of trademark grit and determination. In terms of the breaks in the match, Michael White 59.93.52 and Fan 72.53.78, but that doesn't really tell the story. There's been quite a few chances on either side. Maybe one here.
Yeah, and this will be a good indicator as to how he's feeling, as to how close he gets to this red. It is a half chance. Oh, there we go. What about that one? Oh, and what a flick that is, Dave.
Dream flick. Absolutely, but he made something happen, hasn't he? He's knocked the red in. After that, you're in the lap of the gods. It's worked out beautifully. So here's his chance.
Yeah, he struck the red so well. He steadied himself. He took his time with that one, and rightly so. He's crashed it into the back of the leather. We love to hear that. We love to see it. And he's got a chance now. The chance he's been looking for. How he would love a one visit here.
Yeah, and just because we kind of don't expect it doesn't mean it won't happen. Fan is a ranking event winner. He beat Ronnie O'Sullivan, remember, 10-9 in the final of the European Masters in early 2022. Out of nowhere. He was 80 in the world, actually. But never really done anything, but just turned it on that week. And, you know, to beat O'Sullivan in the final speaks volumes
30.
for his temperament.
Yeah, and that's key. He's obviously got a great temperament, and in these situations, that's all you're relying on. Just your mindset. You've got to just trust yourself at this stage. All the hard work is for moments like this. You've got to keep putting yourself in these positions to know how you're going to deal with it. He knows he can deal with it. It's just about doing it out there. Easier said than done. He's just got to steady himself again. He knows he's going to have to go into the reds at some point. He's just got to try and be clear, stay present, work out where the value is, at what stage is the right time to go into the pack.
Well, that's nice. He's got 3 more reds into play.
21.
Of course, he's going to have to disturb them again, but he's building up well, a useful lead so far.
29.
Yeah, he's happy to just keep chipping away at these reds, and there's a red just to the right and at the bottom of the pack that will pass to this left corner, and getting on it low may be ideal because he could potentially screw into the reds. He's just having a look at that. Maybe play up for the blue, and in doing so, open the pack up as well. It's an aggressive shot, but it's one that may win him this match. Now, has he come up too straight?
37.
No, it looks good. This could be the shot. Well, he didn't go into the reds, but he's managed to get up for the blue. He needs to get top side, and he hasn't done, so he's going to have to play this next red from range. These are very nervy moments. Michael White, you can only imagine what he's thinking in his chair. I'll give you a clue. I hope I don't see this one go in. But Fang Zhengyi is looking very good. And that's another good pot. He needs to get an angle. He's just about crept top side of the blue.
Yeah, he didn't get the best angle, and, well, it kind of really bears out sort of what we were predicting, that it wouldn't be one in one visit. But he's got a useful lead here, 43. Looking to get this cue ball as safe as possible, put pressure on Michael White's next shot.
Yeah, he doesn't want to try and be too clever with this and end up pushing a red over the pocket. That's not bad, but Michael White can play an aggressive shot here and try and get the cue ball up into deep balk. Really put the pressure on Fan.
Well, that's opened things up. Now then, Thepchaiya Un-Nooh, of course, a little while ago was also a qualifier. He has spoken as well to Rob Walker.
Thepchaiya, many congratulations. The first time you've beaten Ricky Walden, and you're through to the last 32 at the Barbican for only the second time in your career.
Yeah, I'm so happy tonight because especially I beat Ricky Walden for the first time. I've never beat him for 7 times, and just really so happy. And when I get the train back to Darlington, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Well, hopefully not too much of a celebration, because tomorrow you've got to watch the draw to see who you face. And we know what high-quality scorer Ricky is. He had a 108 for 3-2, and then he had that brilliant break of 130 to narrow the gap to 5-3. So it was a comprehensive win, but he played well in that match.
Yeah, because when I 5-2 up, the match against Barry Hawkins in China is come to my head, haunting me, and I was 5-1 up against Barry Hawkins, and then come back to Lord 6-5. Just think about, oh, don't be again. Just forgot it. Just focus, stay focused, frame by frame, and yeah, I'm did in the dart frame.
And are you feeling as though this could maybe be a key moment for your whole season? Last 16 at the International Championships, you beat Andy Hicks in order to face Ricky Walden, but wins like today could suddenly spark your whole campaign.
Yeah, maybe it's just I'm just thinking about in the World Grand Prix for this year, because really big important, because really big ranking point. I got now 10,000 point ranking. It should be safe in the World Grand Prix, and yeah, looking forward for the next week.
And look, you're a very, very popular player. I remember when you were at the Barbican in 2015, you got huge support from the crowd, and you will next week. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And we'll see you in the UK Champs.
Yeah, see you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, while we're listening to a very excited Thepchaiya Un-Nooh, Michael White had to go 2 long reds. He missed the first one. He just knocked in the second, so he's not on a colour, but I think this frame has quite a long way yet to run. Obviously, Fan Zhengyi in front, but a lot can happen yet, I think.
Yeah, and obviously he wants the black off, but I think the play is what he's doing here, trying to just bring the brown and green possibly off the cushion. Well, that's a pretty terrible shot from Michael White. He's gesticulating that the cue ball has veered offline there, which would be a shame if it has done.
Well, Michael White, he's already knocked in a great long red. He is capable of just getting in and making something happen. He's that sort of player. That's kind of been the way it's gone for him in this tournament. It's his third decider, remember, in a row. He'll have done it the hard way if he does qualify.
Well, that's helpful. He's lifted the black. And I don't think he's left a tempter for Fan, so that helps Michael's cause. Again, a little bit of annoyance from Michael because every time he's playing safe at the moment, he seems to just be pushing the baulk colours closer to that top cushion, so obviously not in favour of him. And to make things worse, he's left the red for Fan. Oh, he's missed it. He's missed it. What's he left? There's a tempter for Michael, just under the pink spot, but it's a pressure pot. They're all pressure pots. He's got to try and control his cue ball if he takes that one on, though, because surely he's going to be going into the reds.
Again, he got so close to it, didn't he?
Yeah, that would have felt good when it left the cue. He may have thought he'd got that. Probably just the pace that's kept it out. And he has left the red for Fan. Just coming around to look at that, he can just drop this red in and maybe leave the thin pink. Well, he's potted the red and he's got the pink to the middle. Possibly the black. Sort of in between being perfect on either. Both big shots. Well, if he's going for this into the green bag, this is massive. He has done. And he's got it, but he's not really played on anything. He's just taken the points. Can't blame him for that really at this stage. He's built a nice lead. He's trying to keep it tight. He's trying to just scramble over the line now. He's fighting for everything.
Exactly. It's just to fall over the line, isn't it? He doesn't have to be pretty from here. Every red that he pots, it's 8 points off the table. He's 50 in front. There's still a possible 75 on. Baulk colour's awkward, though. It's a good lead, this. If you look at green and brown, they're in a horrible spot for Michael White, really. So Fan is favourite, but we'll see. It's been a very dramatic 4 hours of snooker. And we're down to the wire in the last match on. We've had Ding Junhui, Noppon Saengkham and Thepchaiya Un-Nooh already qualify. Who's going to come through our last match of the session? Makes such a difference. Had that gone in, hand on table, the next shot would have been more easy to control. It's awkward now from the jaws of the pocket. Just while we watch this, just to remind you, tonight's matches, we're back at 7, myself and Stephen and Rob as well. Anthony McGill, Anthony Hamilton, Dave Gilbert v Jamie Clark, Matt Selk v Lou Heish, and Jamie Jones v Jack Surety. We'll have another 4 qualifiers by the end of the night into the hat for York. The draw will be made, well, around about this time tomorrow, between sessions tomorrow, at the end of our coverage of this session in the afternoon. We'll have some idea, obviously there'll be a few either-ors, but we'll have some idea who's playing who. Well, great pot. Didn't get on the pink. But as I say, it's another 8 points off the table.
Yeah, and he just needs to shut the shot up. Shut the shop up. Easy for me to say.
The drama's getting to everyone, Stephen.
I'm in bits. He's just going to be pushing a colour safe again. Just trying to close this game out now. As you say, he's taken 8 points away from Michael and a vital 8 points. Look at this table. It's horrible. Desperation times for Michael White. And he's going to be trying to make something happen. It's one of those really awful moments for a snooker player where you just want to play one shot and bring everything into play. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, the shutters are down. The shop is closed. Michael White hoping for a late opening, I guess, here. But, yeah, well, put it this way, to win it in one visit would take some doing. Well, that could be it. 51 in front. So not much more needed from Fan to get this one.
Yeah, Michael trying to make something happen there. Went for a long red, trying to get over for a colour, and in doing so, missing it by such a distance. He's opened everything up for Fan. And it looks like that is going to be enough. It's been a real battle, this. You do feel for Michael. He's just fallen short here. A couple of 6-5 wins already. He's going to be on the receiving end of one. He'll be back.
7.
This is it. Match ball coming up for Fan Zhengyi. It's been a hard-fought battle. This is the UK Championship, but it's a world sport. And in this session, our 4 qualifiers, we've had 2 from China and 2 from Thailand. Assuming, of course, there isn't a very late twist here. Just checking the scores, 59 in front. He'd like the pink in, really, for the points. And then there's no way back for Michael White. And there it is.
Yeah, he's letting Fan just have his victory lap here, but the waistcoat is firmly undone. We can see that. Michael White knows his UK Championship is over for this season. Oh, late twist. He's done his waistcoat back up.
Well, I don't know what to say about that. Like you say, he was heading for the exit door. And now he fancies giving it a go. Maybe because he's won 2 deciders, he just thinks, OK, well, maybe something will happen. Good red, needs the black in, of course. Needs a lot of snookers as well, 4 of them actually. Oh, didn't deserve this. Had the red gone in, it hasn't. Well, how many twists are there left, I wonder? He's a long way back, as I say. 4 snookers, 57 behind, 43 on. Can he even see the red? That's the other thing. Well, up and down. He's still just about hanging on, isn't he? Somehow. But as Stephen said, he'd undone the waistcoat. That's the sign that, you know, you're already on the motorway. But then he had a change of heart. The buttons were done back up again.
Yeah, he just can't bring himself to concede after everything that's gone this week. He just feels obliged to play on, and can't fault him for that. You know, it means a lot to the guys. He'll secretly feel that he's down and out here. You know, it's just a glimmer of hope, of course, but it's the glimmer that kills you.
Well, keep the lash red on, obviously, and the free ball, you know, comes into it potentially. Well, it was another Welshman, wasn't it? Dylan Thomas, who wrote about raging against the dying of the light, and that's what he's doing here. He's refusing to concede because it's been such a long road, not just this match, but the 2 6-5s. But it's going to take something ultra special. Fan doesn't strike me as the sort of character who's going to panic here.
Yeah, he's very composed, and he's just got to use his experience now. He knows how to get over the line in big matches. Michael's going to be doing all the legwork here. Fan is just happy to keep pushing balls around the table and just try and see out this game.
Trying to get the baulk colours into play, I think, there, but surely now, unless he's got the snooker.
Oh,
what a ridiculous game it is. That's why we love it. I think Agatha Christie would have packed it in by now, but not in this match. The twists keep coming. Now, he's not going to concede, but Fan, of course, if he pots the red, he's safely through. And that will complete our first session, our first section of Judgment Day. There's plenty more drama to come, and it's been a fascinating afternoon. And it is now over. Michael White is coming forward finally to shake hands. A great battle between these two. But it is Fang Zhengyi who joins Ding Junhui, Noppon Saengkham and Thepchaiya Un-Nooh. 2 players from China, 2 players from Thailand have put themselves into the hat. 4 pretty formidable players, you've got to say, already guaranteed to play one of the top 16 in the last 32, the first round proper of this MrQ UK Championship at the Barbican in York, starting, of course, on Saturday. So a dramatic session of snooker, and the final result, Fang Zhengyi beating Michael White by 6 frames to 5. And, well, I think relief in the end, the main emotion for him, just to get the job done. There'll be a couple of hours, of course, before the evening session when we do it all again. some fascinating matches there as well. We've got the Battle of the Anthonys, McGill and Hamilton. We've got Dave Gilbert, Jamie Clark, Matt Selt against Lou Heischen, and Jamie Jones against Zach Surety. All those players have been putting in work, of course, on the practice table. But right now, let's go back to the studio after a thrilling 4 and a bit hours of snooker. Here's Rob.
Thanks very much, Dave. You have certainly earned a break between now and 7 o'clock. So Judgment Day Part 1, Instalment 1 is over. It's the MrQ UK Championship, but as Dave and Stephen were so eloquently saying, this is a truly global event. So 2 players from China and 2 from Thailand will be in tomorrow afternoon's draw for the big one, which starts at the Barbican 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon in York. It is going to be absolutely superb. Just a quick reminder of who will be watching tonight. It's the Battle of the Anthonys, McGill against Hamilton, Dave Gilbert against Jamie Clark. Really looking forward to that one. They've never played. Liu Heo-Chan and Matt Selt. It's a rerun, as Hendo was saying, of the Indian Open final from 2019. Matt Selt is still the reigning champion, by the way. And Jamie Jones up against Zach Surety. Jamie beat Zach 5-2 in Wuxi a few years ago. So he's 1-0 up in the head-to-heads. That's what's coming up tonight. And if this evening's action is half as good as the matches we've enjoyed and endured this afternoon, we will be in for an absolute treat. We'll take a break at the morning side, but we'll be back at 7. Don't you dare miss it.
– Great sporting events make great stories. On Discovery Plus, watch Lycra Warriors battle.
Can you believe it?
Hot shots fire.
It's just been another masterclass.
Sharp shooters strike.
The job is done.
And witness the greatest sporting event in the world.
Spectacular performance.
There's live sport for everyone on Discovery Plus.